Hello, lovely people. It is Tuesday. What do we got? We got Tuesday, April 26th. We got some stuff cooking today. We're going to be doing some drawing some webcomics, talking about webcomics, and I think also some fan art. The piece there. Am I pointing the right way? I'm pointing the right way. Wait. No, I'm pointing the wrong way. That way, toward the window. The window's... It's all backwards. That's a cover image for Volume 3 of the military. Hey DG, nice to see you. You might have seen that the scroll below was for Kevin MacLeod's music, and it ran quite a long list. I switched up the playlist here, so it probably runs about 2 hours now. So we won't hear the repetition quite so much. There's a lot more tracks in here. It's not all attempting just to be fantasy themed stuff. That was kind of my preference before, but there's only so many tracks that kind of fit within that theme, and so yeah, we got some drawing to do. So this is where we left this cover. The latest episode of The Middle Age dropped yesterday, episode 279, and I've begun lettering 280. I'm hoping to have it up on Thursday. I want to be back on my twice-a-week schedule. Music is a smidge loud. That's just what I need to know. I'm going to bring it down a bit more. Let's go down to negative 32 decibels. Yeah, I was concerned about some of the tracks being particularly loud. I went through and manually adjusted a couple of them, but good. I appreciate it. And I saw your note over on the Discord about seething with joy. So that will be the next shirt I do. And so I had a question I asked on... Where did I ask it? I asked it on Twitter, Facebook, and in my Patreon about merchandise vendors. Oh, I don't have my light on. I'll get the hang of this one day. And by and large, everyone said Printful. Hey, LJ, nice to see you. Pretty much everybody said Printful. There were some others, a couple of votes for Threadless, a couple of votes for Printify. Some, specifically talking, I was really thinking about t-shirts. Those are the biggest hassle for me to inventory. I end up with lots of extra sizes. Things like that. And let me make sure I'm not doubling up on the video. We don't need both windows open. And I've used Sticker Mule for little things. There are some people who've got issues with maybe the owner made some political contributions that people aren't thrilled with. I have to do some research about that. But I've used their products for a while. So I don't know. I'm at the point now. Like I started a Discord channel, and then I hear that like Discord is like got privacy issues. It's always going to be something, and I'm currently streaming this on Twitch via Bezos's system. So it seems like every move I make is compromised in one way or the other. Doesn't mean I shouldn't try, but man, it gets a little tiresome. So I'm not yet a Twitch affiliate, and I haven't heard back from them yet, so I might have to leapfrog straight to partner. That's my plan now. I did get to sit and watch some of David Peterson's stream yesterday, and I saw a raid of 465 people. It was... I've not seen anything like that. That was sort of like... It felt like it was Dune. Whale sign. And again, if the music gets too loud... Yeah, 465... It was crazy. And now Elon owns Twitter. Yeah. Good for him. So again, the music is very different. It's a Kevin MacLeod. It's a 2-hour track. It's quite lengthy, and there's some of the music's pretty dramatic. So it might be way more dramatic than whatever I'm drawing. But the plan is to work on this cover a bit, and then get to work on some fan art, which I really want to do. When in my YouTube video on self-promoting your work, I have like 10 tips on how to promote your webcomics. And the best tip, number one, is fan art. But I couldn't think of a better one. Because, I mean, it's free. It's what we as artists are good at. And it's fun. It's really fun. It's practice. I'm wearing my wrong spectacles. But, so we got new music here. We got, what else did we change? We got Printful merchandise on our store now. We got our Discord running. I mean, I thought I saw you had over 100 subs. On Twitch. Yeah, we were hovering around 98 for ages. It's fits and starts. I'll go a week with no new subscribers, and then suddenly folks will find me. Occasionally I will. I didn't post anything to social media, to the Musk Twitch or Musk tweets or whatever we're going to call it now. I did look up what sound a muskrat makes because I didn't want to call them I didn't want to call them tweets anymore, and apparently it was chirping and whining is the sounds that a muskrat makes. So I was going to call it. I wasn't sure if chirping or whining would be more appropriate. But the plan is to have a new episode up on Thursday. Currently, episode 280 is very, very wordy. I'm gonna try to get back to a twice a week schedule. But so far, it's very wordy. I just have to go at it with a knife and just cut out lots and lots of stuff. But we're in the kind of quick exposition period where I've had episodes where nothing is really revealed. It's more like it's just for the joke. But the thing is, this actually I think has a joke. A pretty good joke and a ton of exposition in it. So I'm trying to shoehorn 50 pounds of stuff into a 10-pound bag. Twitter by Dogecoin. So Upside it will be integrated into the. I mean, the thing is, with them owning everything, I don't know. It's whatever. It doesn't. And the thing is, to me, it was just I saw a lot of comments like, "Wow, what would you do with $44 billion? Think of all the things you would invest." Or that at one point, I guess Musk asked the UN or some other body, come up with a plan for solving a massive hunger problem with a budget of, I don't know, $6 to $8 billion, and that he would do it. And they came back with a plan, and he didn't do it. And the thing is, it's like, because he doesn't want to spend his money. When he buys Twitter, he's not really spending the money the way most of us spend money. We spend money and it's gone. He just traded this pile of gold for an ownership of something worth roughly that pile of gold. If he loses money on it, that's good for him, and if he makes money on it, that's good for him. So it's just different than the way the rest of us think about currency and think about spending. I you know, whatevs. But he was an Iron Man, and they made a reference to him in Star Trek Discovery as among the greatest minds. So it's like they said, like, you know, Einstein, Hawking, that guy who bought the electric car company. Yeah, but I'm very happy with how everything's going. I'm really happy with the all the various pieces that are coming together. The new music tracks. A ton of commissions went out the door yesterday. They take such a long while for me to do, but if you go over on Discord, folks can see them there. I don't hate that at all. This is another piece I want to draw today. It's like an idea for an original t-shirt. This song has been in a bunch of mobile games. Has it really? That's funny. All right. Let me go back to do some of these glyphs we had earlier. What's going on there? But a update on some of the conventions. It looks like I will be doing the free comic book day event in Reisterstown, Maryland, which is in a couple of weeks. I'll also be at Heroes Con in North Carolina, in Charlotte, North Carolina in June, I believe. And then the next events after that are in September. Well, also, Quimp's outfit, LJ says Quimp is going to need a new outfit soon, given how torn up it is and missing pieces. There was a moment where I think Melvin magically repaired Quimp's gear, so I think there's a chance for him to get a quick fix. And other interesting news, there's a podcast called Pencil to Pencil, which is hosted by Jamar Nicholas and Mike Manley and Brett Blevins. And I'll be joining them tomorrow, and maybe in a more long-term way. They live stream on Wednesdays, I believe from 8 to 10 East Coast time. So tomorrow there will be another place to catch me. It's on YouTube and Facebook. They don't do it on Twitch, although they're going to start hearing me say that. Maybe Twitch too. At the very least, multi-stream to another platform. I don't know why they're not. Actually, I take it back. They're using StreamYard, which I think has different limitations. So I don't know, but it's a piece of software I'm less familiar with, so I'm kind of excited to see how it works. If I've misspelled anything on the sword here, just let me know. He says sarcastically. I think my angle was off, so I'm going to fix that. Well, at least YouTube is better than Facebook. That's true. Deitch and Merlin will show up and give him a new outfit. Yeah, I keep wondering if I need to bring Merlin into the story. I don't think we're going to see him before the end of book 3. I'm certain we're not going to see it before the end of book 3. Or if we're ever going to see him. I just like the idea that Merlin is the more famous brother. But the reaction to the new episode was very nice. I think people like getting more. It was interesting. There's no joke in the new episode. There's nothing really, no comedic hook to the thing. It's just more of, advancing the plot and having a tender moment with the family. We've had quite a few of those. I don't want to overdo it. I was thinking about that as writers. There's kind of that, if I have it too often, I feel like I haven't deserved it. Hey, Marcos, nice to see you. I feel like if I have too many family moments, then the story doesn't deserve it. Like I haven't earned it. It's a little bit like Princess Bride, where I think of the readers as being the kid, sick in the bed. And they're like, oh, come on, no more kissing moments. So no more kissing scenes. And they're like, but at the end, if you put enough action, if you do enough stuff, you can have those tender moments in the story without losing people, I think. So I'm going to do one row of glyphs here, and then I'm going to do some of the chainmail, which I know is monotonous, but it's that's what cartooning is. It is so much work. It's not work in the real sense of like, sweating in any way whatsoever, but anyone who ever does a comic, it's like, oh my goodness. I was talking with an established cartoonist the other day, a legend, and a guy who was amazing, and he was just lamenting the amount of work he had to do for a project and just how much work comics are. I know. How dare anybody complain? Okay, here's where I'm going to get a skosh lazy. I feel like if I put enough work in, then I can get away with the occasional bit of shortcuts. Fours. So tomorrow, so if you check out, you won't see this on my normal, that stream does not happen on my, I have Melvin pop in and say Waddlebottom is allergic to that level. Yeah, anytime you hang a lampshade on it, you can get away with some stuff. But tomorrow when I'm streaming with the Pencil to Pencil guys, it will be on their channel, which if you go onto YouTube, it's Pencil to Pencil is their channel. I'll put a link over on Discord for folks who want to check it out. I'll also mention it on Patreon and in social media too. But they were talking about having me come on as a permanent co-host. I like the idea. I know I'm doing a lot of streaming right now, but I like the idea of reaching a new audience and helping them. They're good friends. And no word yet on restoring my affiliate status here on Twitch. Working on it. The ticket is open. We'll see. introduce that kind of... I don't want to introduce like another kind of style to the art, to the glyphs at this point. Like, just try to keep them simple. I need to refresh my mind on that alphabet I created. Make it a lot easier to do. I would just start writing random notes. Tell you what. So it does angle a bit. So I will have to manually redraw some of it, or scooch it down manually. I'm gonna try to scooch it first before I start to redraw it all. I don't mind redrawing it all, but if I can save myself any amount of work, given how much effort goes into the chainmail, I'll do it. Especially given that these glyphs are also... They tend not to stay like a heavy dark color. They turn into a very light gray when I'm done with them, and so there's not a lot of opacity and not a lot of weight. So, you know, I don't think having too much detail in them matters that much. Yeah, I you know, also. I do think it's... Oh, this freaking Conley guy. You know. I'm hoping that also by the end of this, I really should make a note on social media. Oh, I'm going to be on Twitch. Because I can also see myself coming back to it and being like... Them coming back to me and saying, well, you no longer have the traffic required to do a... You know, for affiliate. Because I'm not growing it or... Again, I only leapfrogged into the affiliate-worthy status because of a couple of nice raids. Not 465 people nice, but pretty nice. Alright, let me duplicate that one. And then I want to clean them up. Merge them all together. I have an easy fix for this, don't I? I have the color already done. I can select the blades, invert the selection, and go back to glyphs and clear. But I hope everyone is having a beautiful Tuesday. Hey, the Dead King, how are you? Over on the YouTubes. Nice to see you. I was just saying, if folks over on YouTube want to check out the Pencil to Pencil podcast, I'll be co-hosting tomorrow night with Jamar Nicholas and Mike Manley. Excited to talk shop with those two gents. I'm just drawing the cover of the next collection. I believe this will be the cover of the next collection of the Middle Age, which is my webcomic. And then after this, the plan is to work on some fan artwork. If anyone's seen my YouTube videos, on self-promotion, I talk a lot about, well, I have a list of my favorite ways of promoting our work as cartoonists, and I'm a big fan of fan artwork. Not only as promotion, but as exercise, as practice, as getting to know other characters and try to understand how other artists do their thing. Really? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna clean up these. The line weights there just seem a little heavy. That means they're heavy elsewhere in the design, but they jumped out at me there. Copy that bit. I hope everybody's working on their artwork and having a nice day. Oh, hey, David. They keep saying that they want me on that podcast, and then they never call. I'll talk to somebody. That's what unpaid... Eric says, promotion, that's what unpaid interns are for. I have not yet begun my capitalist exploitation phase of my creative work. I don't think. Have I? I don't know. I'd like to think I'm pushing that back a little bit. What fan art? Curse pirate? Maybe David's going to give me this list of Fruit Brute. I'm going to start with the cereal mascots with Fruit Brute. What's the name of the little green alien from Flintstones? Not the. Basically, they're Mixelplix. The Great Gazoo, I think that's what it is. You'd still be an affiliate. I know. I'm working on it. But I was saying that I was on there yesterday for that moment. It felt like watching Dune, where Worm Sign, when 460 some odd people raided your channel. It was amazing. You're buying Twitch? That's a fantastic idea. I wanted to buy Twitter, and some other jerk just comes in, snaps it up. I'm gonna thicken a couple of these lines. I have to. I feel like my line weights are off. David's stream yesterday was... I only got to see a little bit of it, but there was a wonderful... Before the ceiling crashed down and a billion people just rolled in. Working on a cat bus drawing, a commission. Gorgeous. So this is the cover for volume 3 of The Middle Age. There are 2 volumes right now. And... after this, I'll be working on a little bit of fan art. Ooh, let me merge these inks together so I can clean up that haircut. Can't have them going out looking like that. We have Worm Sign, the likes of which not even God has seen. That's what it felt like. Did David show emotion? I've never seen him show. He was very effusive, I thought. I thought he's very giddy, even. 3/4 of that raid left in the first 10 minutes. Still, when the numbers are that large, it's you know, 100 and some odd stayed. I think David. I mean, I think he's got a dry wit. I think that's a lot of. think there's a lot of there's something a lot of fun in saying something absurd and keeping a straight face the whole time. I think David appreciates that stuff. Yeah, but I was amazed to see the total number of people in there. That was crazy great. And then it was just one follower, another follower, another follower. It was beautiful. I'm hoping it's the kind of thing that can just nudge the algorithm to push you to the partner level. But I know you were trying to go to dinner when it all rolled in, when the wave crashed. Like, I'm thinking, can I eat my dinner in front of the screen and bump my numbers up? And it was also fortuitous in the drawing you were doing at the time. It's nice to do something that, and do it so well. That cat bus image is just sort of the perfect kind of thing, a nice segue from the Miyazaki's work, where so many people are familiar with it, and I think they'll be, oh, they're going to dig what you do. It's kind of, it was like ideal, I thought. I'm hoping it pays off. Okay, let's do some chainmail. This is a little tedious. Strap yourselves in. But people just presume that this is a pattern that like a 3D. Let me turn the layer on first. People presume it is some sort of graphic that I wrap onto the object, onto the figure, and it is not. It is a stupid, laborious process that I started with the very first episode of The Middle Age and have been doing it ever since. It did pay off with a few commissions I just mailed out yesterday, because I can do this with, microns and brush pens and things like that. The process I use here translates nicely. I'm still talking with mini manufacturers. They're not mini manufacturers. They're regular size manufacturers who make minis, about making those figures you see in the bottom right corner there. And so far the conversation is great. I think I figured out the math I need, the price I need to make it work, so that we can have a Kickstarter. And also, if folks are interested, there's now a Discord they can join. It has the subtle name of being the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. Just that simple graphic over there, really easy to remember. The Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you is the name of the Discord server. There should be a link below. In the doobly-doo, as the kids say. Where some of the commissions I just sent out, you can see those there. Micro manufacturers, tiny L's. The Cosmo Chic. Do you say chick when you DEG? Do you pronounce it chic or chick? Because I think I like chic. So normally with this pattern it's one stroke, then two, then three, and so on. When it's a larger image or illustration like this one, where we're talking about 300 dpi, very large, I will sometimes slow that pattern down by doing like 1, 2, and I'll do 2 rows of 2, 3 rows of 3, and that sort of thing, and that way it will have the volume without, because if I increase the number of strokes per row, not logarithmically, but just incrementally, it will fill the black so quickly. Yeah, a friend of mine was illustrated. He's fine now, but Yeah, I think the Pencil to Pencil podcast had a bit of momentum, but it actually kind of got sidelined when Jamar got the Scholastic deal for Leon the Extraordinary. So I think, I don't know when that would ever let up. I mean, I think the next book is right around the corner, but I'm excited to talk to him about it. And if anyone's interested in this process, I do have a step-by-step on my website. People were very curious about it, but then they read how I do it, and then they're like, I don't want to do that. It's too much work. Yeah, Art Adams, Walter Simonson. Only the best people get Walter Simonson. That's what I've heard. Chaikin. They had Conley. How do you even get that guy? It's on when you normally stream. Yeah, I know. They're Wednesday nights, 8 to 10 ish. And on the wrong platform. Sorry, my YouTube folks. Eric says, "You planning on Comic-Con, Steve? I'm getting a flood of Comic-Con emails now. The San Diego." I'm not currently planning that. My current thought with San Diego is, unless I get nominated for an Eisner or someone flies me out, I'm not even considering it. If someone flies me out, I'll definitely go. But, but not on my own dime. I'm way better off being on Twitch, frankly. The last time I was at the San Diego Comic-Con, I had a table there. Again, nobody knows who I am. A handful of people. But the people who know me can reach me through other means. They don't have to go. They don't have to fight the crowds at San Diego. And I had a table in the small. I was sharing a booth in the independent. I'm not sure if it's the Independent Press Pavilion or whatever they call it. But it was like trying to sell comics on the New York subway at rush hour. You know, people just they had places to go, they had exclusives to buy, they had a shopping list. They're hitting this convention floor like they know here's a 6 things, you know, it's miles across, it's miles of floor to walk, and they know what they're going to hit, the order in which they're going to hit those things. And I met some nice art directors and things like that who came by and looked at the artwork, and you know, I think that resulted in a little bit of work, which worth it? I don't know. I think I need to be more established. I need to have the next book done. I need to have more of the middle age out there. More, you know, let me work on the, if I have this book out for 10, if I work on the middle age for 10 years, I will be in a position where people might actually know who I am and make that sort of pilgrimage to my table worthwhile. Most importantly, not split platform. Eric says, I think if it, like that stock trading floor scene in Trading Places, and DEG says, this is why ALA is better. It's mostly librarians, so people know to be on their best behavior. Oh, I thought people were well behaved. I think, you know, San Diego has got a pretty good... I had a great time last time I was there. I was nominated for an Eisner, and got to hang out with Bat and Lash before we lost him. It was good. It was a lovely show. I mean, they treat, you know, all I can say is as an Eisner nominee, if you're not already going to the event, they'll get you a discounted hotel room. But a discounted hotel room is still more than my rent for a month. You know, it's and going there without a table, kind of as a free range cartoonist, is a weird experience too. DG says about ALA, except for that old lady who kept trying to steal display books from the Disney booth. That's fantastic. Would I go if someone invited me to talk on a panel? I don't know. I mean, if I was going out there, I'd like to make the most use of my time, and being on a panel would actually be effective. But, you know, it's got to be a... I don't know. That I'm not going to complain. A lot of people complain about the show being less about comics and more about Hollywood and all that stuff. That's definitely true, but it's still a really good event to be at. It's good to see people. It's good to be on the West Coast sometimes. It's also priced out of the range of most people. That's just kind of terrible. I mean, I like webcomics because they're free. And there's just something about, you know, I don't know. I'd much rather do 2 smaller West Coast shows than 1 San Diego. I'd rather do 5 smaller West Coast shows than San Diego, and the price would be about the same. Would you go? So, David, what we need to do is out that publisher who didn't get the Kevin illegible. Yeah, the book seems very published. I think so too, David. I think so too. I'm optimistic. San Diego is what you make of it. That makes all the sense in the world. I think that it's less like a lot of these other smaller shows, where some smaller shows, the fans go there and they're very casual. The cover charge to get in is nothing. It's like even if it's $15 for the day or $25 or $30 for the day, that's still an ask for a lot of people, you know. But they get through the door. They basically paid admission to go into a giant store, and meet people and see art being created and seeing and hopefully walk away inspired. There's less of that inspiration when I go to San Diego. If I walk the aisle, I don't leave there charged up to go do more work. I leave there exhausted. If I go to SPX, I leave there wanting to do more comics. That just might be, I don't know, my level of stamina and the ability to handle those kind of throngs of people. CounterCon because it takes place at the meat counter. The San Diego. No, well, there's a lot of folks, like I know Craig Rousseau does a not at any con. Like he'll do a bunch of sketches for people whenever there's a big event and he's not there. I think there's that feeling of missing out. And for people who aren't at the show, and also for artists who aren't at the show, they see photographs and like, oh, I wish I were there. I'm like, I don't. So he'll do a, you know, kind of like a mini version or unofficial version of what David does with his online con. Today we learned about Steve's level of stamina. Oh, I'm weak. I am weak. Make no bones about that. I'm also 1,000,000 years old. Looking forward to seeing that clipped out. Well, I got to see David when I was there. I think I stumbled onto him at the yogurt place. Like it was a frozen yogurt place. It was in the hotel's built, like part of the hotel complex, and it was like, okay, that's it. That was my primary destination every single day. But I think once this next big book is done, once Volume 3 is done, it's going to be the first time I have a complete story, a thing that people could publish, and it could reach different people. And again, if it ends the way I want it to end, the way I hope it will end, it will be the thing. It will be the thing. People can publish that. Until then, I feel like it's like the setup for a joke, you know. Here's my pitch for the project. It's 3 guys walk into a bar. You know, unless you have the ending, I don't really know what am I selling. So, I appreciate the patience and the kind Patreon support that's going to help me get there. But once I have that ending, I think it will change how I approach the story. It'll change how I approach publishers. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that 3D. Wait a minute. Froyo. I think the people that ran that yogurt place were evangelicals freaked out by all the Fantastic. How many collections will the next book get me to? 3. It'll be 300, roughly 100 page collections. So we're at episode 280 now. This story's going to end up, this particular chapter. Yeah, I cannot say the story's going to end. I'm afraid people are going to get to that last page of this particular chapter of that chapter and go, oh, I guess that's it. You know. DEG says, I got to stay at the main hotel at VidCon because I was there with Super Carlin Brothers. And there were signs everywhere that you weren't allowed to ask for photos or autographs within the hotel. Wow. That's something. It was interesting. I think Ms. Meetups. I'm so afraid of people. Yeah, San Diego would be bracing. San Diego was too many people to begin with, and now after this, I might even be more skittish. The main reason to go to San Diego for me is just to go to the Weta Workshop booth and just look at everything. That was my main. Evangelical yogurt. That's a t-shirt design. Okay. So our light source is coming that away. Did I put the light source on the right side? I might not have. Do I want to redraw it? I do not. I'm happy with it. The camera's not frozen. My brain is broken. Okay. So I was thinking about Eric. We were talking about, if Eric's still there, I think it was last stream we were talking about the kind of the aesthetic of some of the zine shows and Small Press Expo. And I was thinking more and more about it because I do love SPX. I do know that my stuff is a weird fit there. And it got me thinking about I don't know if anyone knows the music of Joanna Newsom. Some of it is why the word treacly was invented. But what it is it's sincere. It doesn't seem disingenuous in any way whatsoever. It's not sarcastic. It doesn't have that Bo Burnham kind of like riddled with guilt, self-aware neurosis about it. And the work of SPX is really that kind of sincerity and that kind of not trying. The artists there aren't trying to look like anybody. Maybe they are trying to look like somebody else. Maybe they're trying to all be, Brian Lee O'Malley, or. But it's there's a lot less of that. It's a lot more about authenticity and being their real selves, I think. Whereas a lot of mainstream comics and comic book shows, they're trying to look like Jack Kirby. I feel like you see when I'm doing my drawing here, I'm still in that phase, less so, but still, I draw each panel 5 times, and then I get to the one I like, and I noodle that. And there's a lot of noodling. There's a lot of second guessing. a lot of, I don't know. I feel like that second guessing is felt in the work, and I think that is what makes it less of a fit in a show like that. That kind of overly curated line. That's not, again, that can sound like a backhanded compliment or you know, like a diss to the work that's there, and it's not. No one's going to accept that beautiful big toe. Thank you, DG. Is Dave trying to be Dave Cockrum plus Dave Sim? Yes, I am. That's my goal. I can't imagine two better costume designers. Dave Cockrum's design. Okay, for folks who don't know Dave Cockrum was famously artist of X-Men. He did some work for for DC Comics and the Legion of Superheroes before that. And part of that, if you ever look at the Legion of Superheroes, every character's from a different planet. They all have different weird powers. There's no apart from the Legion of Superheroes L logo and the flight ring that a lot of them wear. There's very little that ties their uniforms together. They're all very eclectic. And he brought that crazy eclectic energy to the X-Men, to basically giving the X-Men a whole new life. X-Men were kind of a dud project to begin with. It really wasn't until Giant Size X-Men where Dave Cockrum comes on board with this awesome, insane character design. Everybody's weird, and Colossus's shoulder pads, you know, Nightcrawler, Thunderbird. I mean, dazzling costume designs. Just weird. But Cockrum's costume designs were amazing. He also drew a couple of issues of a attempted Thunder Agents reboot, where he's sort of aping the style of George Perez pretty authentically. He does a pretty good George Perez imitation, or he did. He also did a comic which I really enjoy called Futurians. Dave Cockrum did. I believe he wrote and drew it. It's, again, weird costumes and a lot of melodrama. It's a superhero story. I believe it was part of Marvel's attempt at a creator-owned line. Steve's always in a pile of noodles. All the indie comics in my area, they aren't Jack Kirby imitators, Eric says. Yeah, it's almost like when you look at the indie comics and SPX, it's almost like comics as if Jack Kirby never existed. You know, that Marvel Comics never existed. It's this whole other lineage. It's really cool to see. David says, Steve's goals have art that looks like a drunk Jeff Smith who gets help from an exhausted Steve Rude. I want to see that. I think I mentioned this before. These lines are too small. You're going to watch me delete them all. I don't like them. Wait, no. I like the first one. I like the first little... I like the spacing, so I'm going to undo most of it. Yay, undo. I have Richard Thompson to thank for what passes for my style. Not because I'm trying to draw like Richard, because I don't know if anybody could, but he changed how I approached comics entirely. I was working on the book called The Art of Richard Thompson. I was the book designer, and kind of steeped in Richard's work. I knew Richard for many years, but we traveled in the same circles. We had a lot of mutual friends. He was a legend in the Washington, D.C. area as being the freelance artist who kind of got out of the system. A lot of us were working at newspapers at the time and had dreams of becoming freelancers. This is back when you could freelance a little more easily. It was never easy, but it was a little more easy in that they were magazines. And there weren't like these free clip art libraries. There was clip art, but there weren't that many vendors of them. It wasn't like today where you go into Fiverr and you can get a piece of artwork. And if you're an art director and you don't care, or you can't tell the difference between different kinds of artwork, you can get what you need with a subscription to Envato or Adobe Stock or any one of the other clip art libraries. You know, a monthly subscription replaced a lot of artists. So back then, Richard was a hero to a lot of people. And I liked Richard's work. It was super funny. But I liked Steve Root. I liked Wally Wood. I liked Jack Kirby and Alex Toth. Mignola and Eisner and all those guys who are way more representational. Even though Kirby, you could say, and Mignola go quite a bit more abstract. But, or less representational anyway. But working on that book really changed the way I draw comics, because Richard's goal wasn't to draw things perfectly. I'm starting this over again. I don't like that. I don't like the angle. I don't like the way the lines are going. I don't know. I'm not sure if I need to revisit my grid there. But working on Richard's book, it's like the example is always this one cow he drew. He drew this cow, and it doesn't look anything like a cow. If you were taking a bovine illustration course, you would flunk it if you drew that thing. But it is the funniest cow I've ever seen. And that was his work. It was like, it was what he was drawing the thing. He was just drawing it not with an eye toward making it look like the animal in the field, by making you lose your, spit up your drink. You were going to look at it and laugh. Funniest work in the world. And then I'm like, oh, that's it. I'm not trying to draw things perfectly anymore, he says after he's doing all this chainmail again and again. I'm not trying to draw things perfectly anymore. Okay, yeah, I'm out of my mind. I still want the effect. I still want to have the polish. But I want the picture to be funny. Come on, why can't I zoom? There we go. I want it to be ridiculous. I want to laugh at the thing. And I want to, have them full of arrows and have goofy expressions and do things that make me giggle. And if it doesn't do that, apart from the tender moments in the comic, if it doesn't have the funny part, then I don't care about how pretty it is. If the story's not there, if the heart's not there. No, man, his stuff had a heart. Has heart. Continues. Long after we lost him. And it let me work with Bill Watterson. So that's nothing to sneeze at. And Chris Sparks and Nick Galifianakis and Mike Rohde and David Apatow. Tons of wonderful people. And whatever helps you sleep. I say not Jack Kirby imitators as a bad thing, because these artists would never read Jack Kirby comic. They would look down at this kind of art style. That's unfortunate. I think because you can learn so much from every artist, I think, or most artists. This music, this is another track from Kevin MacLeod, but it's so synthy. It feels like Blake 7 or some sort of 70s sci-fi thing. Or like some Commodore 64 game. Some MIDI track. I was looking up some of the games I played as a youngling. There was one called it was a medieval game. Well, there's Wasteland, which was kind of a sci-fi post-apocalyptic adventure, which was really fascinating. That ate up a lot of my time. There was another one. It was set in the Middle Ages. It had Ivanhoe. It had Robin Hood. There was like Robin Hood wasn't a character you played. It was a character who sort of just appeared and would like be involved in, interfering with your adventure. It was the first one I remember where the portrait of your character, or the knight you had chosen as your avatar, as your hero, that their portrait changed based on how well you were doing. I know that seems like such a simple thing nowadays, but back then it felt a little mind-blowing. But the music I remember being quite lovely. I'll have to look that up and put on the Discord. It had some sort of, I think it had some sort of generic name like Knights of the Realm or something. There's another one I played called Alternate Reality, which was just basically a D&D type game with a science fiction wrapping about it. It was one of these games that promised many sequels and then never did. Someone made an emulator for it, or an emulated version of it for the iPad, which I still have on my old iPad 1. It was eventually stopped, I think, because of, it was done not above board. Like, they didn't get the official license from the original game creator. So I got to see it. It was neat to see. But sadly, I guess I could download an emulator, but who has time? I desperately want to play Elden Ring, if only to create a character named Sheldon Ring. But I really want to play that game. It looks really good. But I'll never get a chance. There's too many comics to draw. What was that error? Sheldon Ring. It's such an obvious name. A friend of mine is working on a game, and it's really early stages for the next project that they're working on, and they're trying to come up with a cool name for it. And I was like thinking about Elden Ring, and like how it's just, what I like about it is they didn't have to worry that it wasn't taken. You know what I mean? It really is its own thing. It seems like from the outside that it's very much another questing game. You've got stats, you level up, you do quests. It's very beautiful. I love the idea of you seeing the other, like, apparitions of the other players. Not like World of Warcraft, where you just sort of walk, you just walk through their space in Orgrimmar, or whatever the city is that you're in World of Warcraft. But you just sort of see the echoes of other people who are playing the game. I think that's a lovely effect. So it's like weirdly social, but also a solo game. I think I've earned some coffee. For folks who are joining us, whether you're on the YouTubes or on the Twitches, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a cartoonist. I've created comics for a very, very long time. My latest webcomic is called The Middle Age, which is totally free to read on WEBTOONs, Tapas, GoComics, and my own website. And that there are multiple collections available. Soft covers are available from Amazon, and hardcovers can be purchased from my website. There should be links in the doobly-doo. This illustration is the cover of my next collection. I really need to have that on the screen somewhere, like what I'm working on. Much to do. Always more to do. I think I've zoomed in too much. There we go. That's better. Each chain link is basically the distance that my hand does that. I try to get the screen to be the right height to keep everything lined up. I did see the new Batman movie, The Batman, on the HBO. I kind of liked the emo Batman. A couple of silly moments, but lost count there. These chain links are getting thicker and thicker. I think it's just gonna be, we're up to like 9 or 10. Again, this process is super labor intensive and very silly, but I just like the end result so much. And I've kind of gotten into it now. It's sort of the trademark look of the thing now. I know you're joking, but there are fans calling him emo Batman. He's a young man. He's a young man whose parents were killed. It's like, he just looks emo. It looks like a Smith's, music video. It'd be really easy to drop some Smith's music on top of it, some Morrissey on top of it, and it would be perfectly fine. It also excuses some behavior which is not. I don't know if the authors were using his youth as an excuse, but it was it lets him get away with some stuff that I think a lot of other writers would have issues with. I don't want to get into spoilers though. But people are always going to complain about everything. Or there's always going to be a bunch of people who slam this or slam that for whatever reason. That literally is an impossible to please group. All the people are like, when did Star Trek get political? Like 1966, I think. Because they hate it and because it's not the macho power fantasy Batman. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Most people process art poorly. You don't have to tell me twice. DG says, young man, there's no need to feel down. I said young man. There you go. Well, I appreciate you all joining me for this ASMR edition of this Twitch stream. As soon as I get to that disk there, I'm going to pause in this process and we're going to work on something else so people don't lose their minds. Myself included. I have not yet removed any of the... I have my Twitter handle on everything. I know a lot of people have left Twitter for fear that the floodgates of insanity will open. But I've left it up there for the time being. I never really saw it as this sort of bastion for clear thought and thoughtful discourse. I mean, that's what Twitch is for. That's what YouTube comments are for. That's where you get the thoughtful stuff. Well, I wonder also there's going to be, like, I'm waiting for that moment where, remember the backlash when U2 decided to pre-install their music on everyone's iTunes account? Apple thought, you know what? We'll give everyone a free album. That's nice. We'll do that. And then everyone's like, what did you just put on my phone? They're like, no, it didn't even download. It didn't download. It'll be listed in your albums. And they're like, I don't want that in my albums. How do I remove that? It became a whole thing. So, you know, people didn't want the album. I'm fairly certain I still have it in my iTunes account. I don't think I've ever listened to it. Maybe it's a great album. I don't know. I had an iTunes account that I wasn't using, you know. So, yay me. But I'm waiting for everyone to automatically be following Elon Musk. Like, everyone just shows up and, hey, you're following him. Okay, I want to unfollow him. No, you can't. He's giving you the gift of Elon. Why would you ever want to turn that down? I'm pretty certain he just wanted to delete some old tweets of his, and this was the only way he could do it. Eric says, I would stop if it weren't for the fact that there are publishing and comics editors who only post job openings on Twitter instead of real job sites. That makes sense. I'm currently drawing chainmail for folks who are joining me. I'm doing this chainmail pattern. It is laborious, but looks oh so good. I'm going to pause this for a little bit. I think I want to work on some fan art. I also have this idea for a t-shirt design I really want to do, and it might bump a bit the fan art down the to-do list a little bit. What I like about this is that I'm trying to focus. I want to do things on the Twitch stream that people will like. You know what I mean? I don't want to necessarily chase likes and stuff like that. I want to do the stuff that... Okay, next we'll be in a bathtub, and I will be drawing emo Batman for the next 20 minutes. But I do have a project which I want to draw, and I think it'll be fun to draw. I've actually done a little early sketch of it, so I think that'll be good. I do worry about taking a break from the chainmail in that I kind of get into a rhythm about a certain line weight and a certain form that it has, and if I come back to it a little bit later on, it could be a little off. So I do worry about that, but I'm using an eraser. The idea is there's a strong light source coming from... How do I do this? using the window, coming the... Wait, no, the other way. Coming this direction. So the other side of the figure, how do I do that? The other way, has a rim lighting on it. And so there's going to be a bright light there. And I want to include that on the chainmail texture. So that's what I'm going to erase that kind of bright highlight on the side, including up that split in the chainmail. DG, please never do a hot tub stream. I just... I think that's fairly... I can be fairly confident that will never happen. WandaVision memes and the boys memes and the Lovecraft County memes got me through 2021. This is Eric. And LJ, apparently hot tub streaming on Twitch was a thing, or is a thing. So I that is not one of my weird fever dreams. It is people just attracting an audience any way they can, and good for them. Anybody who can make a go of it in this world, knock yourself out. DG says, I follow one hot tub streamer. Marine Mammal Rescue. Huh. High Patreon goal. I'm all right. Oh man, I was gonna do more chainmail. Okay, I'm gonna work on this other illustration. Let me switch this over. We're gonna get a high res. Just my enormous noggin. Oh, get it off the screen. It burns. Where are we? There's also, I saw Matt Colville's channel. Matt Colville is a dungeon master, and he just talks to Twitch for hours. I'm like, that's lovely. If you can get away with that. I'm trying to hide a wee caption from this drawing. All right, and we're back. We're going to get the Kevin MacLeod credits again. They're going to scroll by at lightning speed because there are so many of them now, because it's a 2-hour montage. And this is a drawing I'm doing. I'm going to work on this next. I think we had like 8 people on Twitch, and then my giant head filled the screen, and suddenly we got to 5. I think we've learned all we need to know about how much real estate my presence should take up on this screen at any given moment. It's DG says that Marine Mammal Rescue, it's literally just sea otters swimming in a pool. That's lovely. Eric says, a Magic the Gathering streamer I follow did set a hot tub stream goal for his subs as a joke, and it actually worked, and he got a crap That's fantastic. I would do it, but I would just dissolve, and it would be my last stream. Hey, Tracy. Nice to see you. So the idea with this piece is this should be a t-shirt design. I want to check my template, make sure my document's the right size. How do I do that? Canvas. Crop and resize. Settings. 2100 at 300 DPI is 7 inches across. That's not sufficient. Can I change this? I can. Oh, I locked the I don't want to lock that. So let's do 12 by 12. So 3600 by 3600. And let's see if I can get this to happen. Resample canvas. How about that? Hey, and there's my my spam below. If you don't know who I am, there are links. That's fun. You get to see where my my various screens are. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I want to fill it with white. And this layer, let's set it to normal just for a moment, and we can see the color. Fill that the whole amount, and then we're changing it to color. That way, anything I draw underneath it will be turned to blue. What's interesting about Procreate versus Photoshop is if you set the opacity of a layer in Photoshop and then you fill that layer will never be more. The layer, you're basically working on an opaque thing that you're only showing a percentage of because the transparency is set on the layer level. It seems like this layer, this white layer here, which is filled with nothing but white, it's selected, and I use it as my way of lightening my reference drawing or the initial drawing I've done. If I fill this with white now, even though it is set to an opacity of 82%, it goes to 100%. You fill it, it just ignores, it overrides any percentages you might have had. So that's something to watch out for in the difference between the two programs. I don't know if anyone else has run into that. I run into that fairly often. Like, why did my percentage change? You should ask Patreons. I don't dare. My freelance work is good too. I need to produce the third book and then revisit my Patreon tiers and figure out more ways to incentivize people to join, give people more reasons to join. I think that's really what it comes down to. And I got to get the work out there. Again, one of the most promising things about my career is that so few people know who I am. You know, it's like if everybody knew who I was and I still had such little Patreon support, then I'd be like, oh gosh, I'm in the wrong line of work. But the truth is nobody knows who I am. So that's kind of a bit of I think that's a comforting thought. And it points to an opportunity. You know, I just need more people to know who I am, and maybe all this will work out. I need this to be I need this to be very graphic. I don't want it to be like as detailed as some of the other drawings we did. I want this to be super graphic. Simple. I don't mind the individual teeth being. What was I thinking with the other one? I think I was thinking sharp teeth. This is just the reference layer, right? So this is me just figuring out what I'm going to ink in the next phase. So I want to... That is not round. Stickers. Maybe at the next. But I also have a lot of people already at a very high tier, and I do appreciate them. And I also have people at like, yeah, I don't know. It's a fair point, LJ. I feel like I want to provide them more. The trouble with stickers, jumping the shark. Right? Hey, Jimmy James, how are you? Um, uh, yeah, that's how I feel, Tracy. I feel like anybody supporting me, I'm just so thankful. And if I give them more opportunities to, so like if I have the the little miniature figures and volume 3, people will jump in for those things. But again, I just need to get the word out. That's one of the reasons why I was hoping to find a publisher for the Middle Age. Only in that, I know it's a false thought that, you get a publisher and then suddenly everyone will know who you are. You're going to be everywhere. And there's so many people who will tell you that that's just not the case. And then they complain about their publisher for not getting the word out. It really is up to the individual creator nowadays. When they're signing books, they're also looking at people and their social media profiles. So how many followers do they have? Will they help us sell these books? Because they don't know how to sell books either. And stickers are tough just because of the shipping. And then Patreon has this thing where if you sign up at a certain level, you can get merchandise. But it's their system is a very high cost. Like you have to be at the $20 a month level or something like that to get a mug every 3 months or something. That feels much more like a PBS telethon level. And there are Patreon pages out there where like they produce whole armies of miniatures, STL files for people to 3D print every month. Or they're producing tons of content. They're bringing in 10K a month, and they have an army of people working on it. It's an endeavor, and like SciShow has a huge amount of support and a staff. So it's like I do understand. I mean, everyone's asking for money from people nowadays. Everyone's got their hands out, and there's a million streaming services, and I'm kind of like a streaming service that just has this one comic. I mean, there would be a way for people to support me if I actually were like a Twitch affiliate. Whoops. Whoopsie. Mistakes were made. Let's not point fingers at who offboarded what affiliate level relationship. There's plenty of blame to go around. Okay, so that was me. That was all me. So if people don't know, this is a D&D monster. This is a monster in the Dungeons and Dragons world. It's officially create a simple template for the eyes. No, let's keep them simple. Let's do it. Let's freestyle them. But my name is Steve Conley. If you are here on Twitch or the YouTubes and are unfamiliar with me, I've got a webcomic you can check out at middleagecomic.com. Tracy. Oh, that's interesting. But I think that fan art you do helped draw in people. At least it drew in me. You had done a fan art of someone else's webtoon character, a bear, and she mentioned you. Mentioned that in one of her videos. That's how I found it. That's awesome. Yeah, I love doing fan art. I love that. So I was thinking about one of Matthew. Am I drawing a blank? Of Swords. Will's. One of his characters. I think I'm going to do that as a bit of fan art in a little bit. But I like just trying to draw different things, and there's a ton of stuff I want to draw, and I appreciate everyone's hanging out and encouraging me through it. If anyone's interested and you haven't signed up already, there is a Discord server, a new one, at the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical what have you. Links in the doobly-doo. I'm not sure if that should be a t-shirt. Maybe just for me. I think I might be the only one who wants to wear that. But I'm just starting to make t-shirts because it is 2004. I'm mostly making t-shirts because I moved to Florida and that's all I wear now. So I don't think that needs the bottom lid there. I just want each of these eyes to be as sad as I can possibly make them. Very silly. Oh, I just tried the Discord link and it said invite invalid. It lasts for about a week. Maybe it's a... Oh wait, someone else ran into that issue too, right? Let me see if I can fix that. Ooh, let me try this. You can make invite links permanent? That's weird. They didn't seem to let me, although... I'm, how you say, a dummy. That's my big problem. I can make a permanent one. You know I can. Absolutely. I was just about to when you wrote that. That's what I was gonna do. My mod sense is tingling. Yeah, I also gotta figure out how I can just deputize you to be a mod, everyone to be a mod. I think what is it, DG? Is that Libra? You were able to talk me off ledges? Is that what it was? Where are we? Information. Information. Okay, no. Look up here. Invite people. Or send a server link to edit invite link. Expire never. Number of uses. Generate new link. copy. I go to the Twitches, close out of that. I know what I'm doing. No, I don't. I don't know what I'm doing. Restream. We'll do that one. And Twitches. We'll do that one. So, thrill to an old man working a dashboard. Oh no. You just hear my computer heating up as I open up too many streaming platforms at once. Chat. Don't yell at me. Son of a... creator dashboard. Okay, it's calming down a little bit. Chat settings. Reply commands. I'm editing the one for the Discord. Fantastic. One down, one to go. Welcome back, Steve Conley. You're almost an affiliate. You dummy. It doesn't say you dummy. It should say you dummy. It does tell me I'm live, though. Technically, we all had permissions to create permanent invite link too. Oh, that's nice. Well, there's a new link. Wait. It's showing the same one. I just updated it. Maybe I have to reset that. Well, I'll just copy it. I'll paste the... Ignore that. That's the good one. HWX. Will it let me edit my dashboard while I'm doing this nonsense? Oh, I agree with you. Their hesitation is warranted. All right. I know what I'm doing. I'm expert in this. This is awful. Dagnabbit. Who doesn't say dagnabbit? Doesn't everyone say dagnabbit? Settings, channel. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Hello, computer. Hey, the link is bottom. There you go. Okay, so one of them's fixed. One of them is fixed. Look at my face. So the link below, if you scroll down into the doobly-doo, that Discord link will work. Presumably, maybe, kind of, sort of. And then it's possible that the restreaming the restream chat command might not refresh until next time I reset this. Wait, I wonder if I can do it from inside the system. Oh, there it is. No, it says it's right now. Maybe, I'm gonna try one more time. Let's see if it starts with an H. It's supposed to start with an H. It might have taken a while for it to propagate. There we go. Okay. That's a link to Steve's Discord server, as we said. So, if folks want to join. Yeah, they're gonna have me. They're gonna bring me back. They're gonna beg me to come back. Can't have Twitch without Steve. They need me as an affiliate. He's gonna go to the moon. He's gonna go to Mars with Steve Bucks. And the whole idea that once I have like tens of viewer, that'll represent so much income for Mr. Bezos. This is a ridiculous drawing. I'm very happy with it. I just want to make it glow in the dark. I don't know if we can join twice. Please do. Are you a canvas creator on WEBTOON, Steve? I am. If you search for The Middle Age, probably with Google was better. I recommend when people are looking for a WEBTOON that they search Google. It's a better place. Actually, that might be a link in the doobly-doo if you're on the Twitch. If you scroll down a little bit, I think I've got my WEBTOON link there. I might have removed it because I have Twitter on there or something equally useless. So the purpose of this stage of the drawing is just to get these blue lines in and kind of figure out whether or not I actually like the position of everything, try to get the emotion right. I'm going for very sad, very, I think TV tropes would call it a whoopee. The kind of face where you just go, aww. I think it's important to make that brow very, very sad. I wonder if I angle that down further, if that makes him look even sadder. I think it does. How we doing? It might be, Tracy. LJ says maybe he should focus on getting some value in Dogecoin instead of creating a new Mars coin. Yeah, that could be it. I don't know where half those tropes come from. But it became a known for anything that was just really just over the top. Anything that would trigger like empathy immediately in the viewer, kind of like a instant sympathy. I think this eye might not. I think the half-liddedness of that eye might make it not look as sympathetic as I want it to be. So I'm gonna increase that. All the stuff I'm trying to figure out here. Put the regular. My not Discord fixing glasses on. So if you're just joining me, just so you know that tomorrow night I'm going to be guest hosting the Pencil to Pencil podcast with Jamar Nicholas and Mike Manley. It's available on YouTube under Pencil to Pencil. That will not be streamed as part of my channel. I don't believe. I mean, they probably could if we set it up. Yeah, like puppy faces. Yeah, I think anything that's just really just very sad. There was a character in one of my comics that this creature looks very much like. It used to just, whenever I would draw a picture of that character, they had kind of flat feet, and I would draw, let's say, weights on that foot. one big eye, hands down, just kicking a stone, something like that. I would do a drawing of that on a card and like a sketch at a convention, and people always just went, "Oh, I want to have that." You know, it was weird. I didn't draw it for that purpose, but I noticed I would draw it, and someone would buy it, and I'm like, I would draw it again, and it was like, "Oh, I see what's going on here." Now, I'm not going to put, tears coming from the eyes. That might be a bit much, but I say that now. So in 20 minutes when I'm drawing tears, you'd be like, come on, Steve. Yeah, I think making sure that the pupil isn't, not the pupil, but the iris, that the iris isn't necessarily clipped by the eyelid will make the eyes look wider and smaller. Wider and larger. Like I have to do that here too. I don't mind if it just touches that line a little bit, but kind of. I wanted them to have their own personality. Like they're comforting the large eye, or they're just looking like this one over here is just going to be looking sad at the ground. And this whole thing is just based just for one dumb joke, but I'll make a shirt. I might make a shirt. I will definitely make a shirt design of this and see if anybody likes it. I might make or I'll make a Reddit post featuring it, and then a million other people will make shirts. And I will get no compensation from it whatsoever, and no one will discover me. Something like that. And I don't want that hanging off the chin. I'm gonna have to have that eye stalk come around. I just didn't want that tangent right there. It was like it didn't work. So if you do want to catch the Pencil to Pencil podcast, that will be tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. I think 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock East Coast time. So watch David Peterson here on Twitch. Then head on over there. One of the two a few of the eye stalks are quite a bit smaller than the other. I'm going to increase a few of their sizes to try to hint at more depth. Um, hey Zan, how are ya? Reminds me of LJ says reminds me of one of Chris Ayer's characters. Oh, that's a lovely piece. Yeah, I love that work. Beautiful colored pencil, watercolor. Yes, yeah, this one is very much more the original. Also very protected copyright. Most of the monsters in Dungeons and Dragons are sort of mythological or public domain. Goblins, orcs, things like that. Beholders, and I think like displacer beasts and mind flayers, things like that, I think are I'm certain they are property of Wizards of the Coast. They're sort of their intellectual property. So, but this whole thing is based on is all going to be built up for a single stupid joke. Following another link from LJ. Yeah, that's lovely. Okay, so I think I'm happy with that. I think, wow, this music is amazing. This is this again, I just changed up all the Kevin MacLeod music, and this one's very much like I think this is the combat music they used for most of Critical Role. I'm certain it is. There should be. What I do like is that this tells me it's time for my 2 o'clock, my 2-hour quick little break. A chance to stretch my legs a little bit. Which means this music would play underneath the slideshow of artwork. Which, if you check it out, there are 3 new pieces added to the slideshow. So when I take my break, it includes a Lego, a very simple Lego piece that someone did. It includes a Don Mathias's P. Nizzles comic strip where Sir Quip makes a cameo. And Quinn Thompson, who was a student at the Center for Cartoon Studies, who I got to help out a little bit. The bottom left one is a bit large. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I tried to enlarge a few of them. I did like the weight it has, but I think you're right, Tracy. I think instead of enlarging a few more of the others, I'll bring that one down just a skosh. And on that note, I'm going to come back and then I'm going to ink this thing. And I think it's going to be simple line work because I want the colors to be simple. I want this whole thing to be very graphic and cartoony. It's not going to be, rich, vibrant colors. Oh, that's good. All right, well, folks, check out this. Check out the artwork. And of course, if you want to submit a piece, not submit, you're in. Just send a piece, and as long as it's not profane, you know who I'm talking to. I don't know, David. As long as it's not profane. Yeah, I'll definitely include it in the slideshow. So here you go. I'll be back in 5, but take a look at some very beautiful artwork, way prettier than mine. And I'm back. Took me a little bit longer than I thought, but alrighty. Catching up on chat a little bit here. It's good to be back. Thank you everybody for being here, whether you're on Twitch or the YouTubes. My name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist who just had a little bit of peanut butter on bread. And so now my head is going to implode. So I'm glad you're here for this. Okay. I don't hate that, so I'm going to drop it down one layer. And I'm going to ink it. Doing it. Try to let it have some spontaneity. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a brush I don't normally use. This is a brush that's smooth. It's got some stabilization on the line. So it's going to take my line and make it a little less me. You're going to see a little more of the computer making some of the choices here. Hey Shane, how are you? No allergies. Just it's very dry. I thought I had time for. I was fishing around the kitchen for a little snack to eat, and I have a 5-minute break. It takes me like 10 minutes to eat a protein bar, because otherwise it just evaporates my entire head. Yeah, I understand. I like using them for my word balloons, but I try not to use them for anything else. I'm afraid it would be like. I feel like it's less me in the drawing. Gotcha. So big fat brush. So we're going to do some. I'm going to finish this illustration. It is a very sad looking critter. And that's who I am. Those are the links. The links below those are me. Okay, let's see if I can get this right. I'm definitely going to cheat and let the program finish this circle for me. When you're drawing in Procreate, if you press and hold, it will basically average out that shape you made. So if I try to draw one of these and then hold it, it'll unlikely be a circle. Like that's definitely an oblong. So I was cheating a little bit. Had a long day for work. I got home. Oh, that's nice. Everything's going well here. It is a beautiful day. I got to watch David have that raid of 460 something people yesterday, which was fantastic to see. The joke before that was like worm sign in Dune. Yeah, I do hear one of my cats begging to be let out. They're in one of the bedrooms right now. I can't let them alone. Again, one's medicated and wants to wrestle the one who wants to murder. There's one who one plays tag and the other one plays the most dangerous game, and so it's not really fair. He's like, haha, tag, you're it. And the other one is like Wolverine, just snicked and just chases after him. One of my cats has a idiopathic epilepsy. So idiopathic is just the expensive word that the vet uses for I don't know. And it means that the cat would have seizures from time to time. So he takes medication. Thankfully, his medication has been reduced lately. He hasn't had an episode in a few years. No, Doris, his brother. His name is Doris. His name is the Lady Sir Doris Persimmon's Buttcake, the King of Old England. It's longer than that. That's the truncated. That's why you can have titles like the Department of Cosmological Chicanery and Metaphysical, what have you, when you have cats with extended names. His name, his christened name, his Christian name is Eros. That's not really Christian, is it? His Roman name, is it Roman? I want to say it's Roman. It should be Star Fox. That's just for like a handful of people. Cupid would be his... Wait, I forget which one's which. Take away my nerd card. But it's because he has his eye. He has two. But as a kitten, you know, it's all pupil, right? Oh, the stabilization brush. You can see what it's doing. I'm trying to draw and it's just sort of dragging a noodle around the page. So he's got his two eyes. Oh my goodness, it's fighting me. And then he has a black bit of fur right there. So it kind of looks like when his eyes are wide, especially when he was a kitten, it just looked like a heart there. So that's why his name was Eros. Because Cupid would have been a little too obvious. Cupid is Roman. That's what I thought. But he has this face. He just has this face. When, like, at one point when he first had his seizures, I didn't have a cat carrier. There was no cat carrier for him. There was no need. There was one when they were literally little and they needed to get their snips. But they were a few years old now, like 2 or 3, which is very young for seizures. But has a seizure, scares the hell out of me. Put him in a box. The only thing I had was a box, like a shipping box, not a shoe box, like a decent sized shipping box. And so I go into the vets and I'm like, this is an emergency. It's not like I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go shopping for fancy cat carriers. Put the little fella in a box, bring him there, and I can just see the judgment from everybody in the office. They're like, who's this guy bringing their cat in a shipping box? What monster? What monster is this? Horrible person. And I open up the box, and then Doris sticks his head up out of the box, and the cutest face, and everyone there goes, oh, or more appropriately, Daw. And that's why he has a name. His name is Doris. It just was. His name's everything every sentence with that face starts Doris. So it could have been anything else, but. Sorry, Shane. It was talking about the names of my cats, Atlas and Eros. And Atlas's name is his head is. I gotta turn off the stabilization before it ruins me. His head. Little kitten. He had just the orange on a toothpick, and now as he's grown up, he's full on. It's full on Tim Burton Batman. Like, he has to rotate his body because his neck is just this gigantic thing. It's like he's wearing a permanent neck pillow. He overcompensated, is what I'm saying. Okay, where were we? Stabilization. Again, I don't usually like the stabilization, but for this drawing, I want it to be very graphic, and so it'll help. And it's not like I don't like stabilization on other people's drawings. It's just for me and my work. And I think stabilization was super important when the styluses first came out, because the pens could barely keep up. The technology could barely keep up with the motion that the artist was making, and so the computer had to make some decisions along the way, and so stabilization just sort of grew out of that. Doris is Niddles. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of a, again, when I have to leave them alone, I can't leave them together because if they start wrestling, Doris, the drugged epileptic one, is at a terrible disadvantage. And also he knows this now. It's like he's full on European footballer. The second combat starts, even when he initiates, he mews calling for the ref and falls over. He's like totally like, oh, yellow card, yellow card. You know, he's a total faker. Even like when he'll pounce on the chair next to me and he'll mew like a sympathetic mew, like, no one's attacking you, you little. He knows he's playing people. But so now it's kind of a Lady Hawk situation where you'll see one of them and not the other one, and they'll catch a glimpse of each other. They have their meals together, and usually if I'm out there, they get to spend time together and they play. They're very respectful of each other's time, and like if one of them chases for a ball, the other one goes, "Oh, after you, by all means." And then they're those polite chipmunks from the Disney cartoons. Wait, no. The polite ones. Forgive me, that was Warner Brothers. I'm getting my nerd card back. Shane says, I sat down with my beverage, took one bite of dinner, and then got called to the kitchen again. Oh, wow. That's cool. Well, I'm well, it's now I want to eat. I do have half a peanut butter sandwich there. What was I thinking? That will be my top. We talked about like my top tier Patreon goal of streaming from a hot tub while eating a peanut butter sandwich. That's my new top tier Patreon thing. So if anybody wants to go for it. Now there's no water in the hot tub, right? Because as I said before, I will dissolve. My bones are made of cornstarch. Another clip for DEG to use. No, I don't know what I'm doing there. I'm gonna think about that. I don't want this to make sense. Good, DG. I expect them all. I expect every single one of them. Did I put the... Yeah, I did put the smoothing on. I like the hint of some depth with the teeth, but I don't want them to be like... I don't want this to be anatomical in any way. I don't want this to make much sense. I want it to be just purely graphic. So a little recap, we have new products in the store. Thanks to the feedback to everyone who gave me on Discord and on Twitter and the Facebook. Thank you so much. I went with Printful. Although I did have a threadless store, it turns out. At some point in the past, I set up a threadless account. I'm thinking about putting things to both stores because threadless will sort of function as a shop for me on the outside world, which people may be able to find discounts there occasionally when they have their own built-in discounts. But what I do love about Printful is how well it integrates into the WordPress site I've built. It handled the shipping setup couldn't have been easier. So the thing is, if you do order from my shop and from my web store, and you see that link somewhere in the bottom, once I get rid of the Twitter one, it's steveconnolly.com/shop. If you order some products, most products come from me. So like the books will come signed, and some of the other t-shirts I have in stock, those will come from me. You might see 2 different shipping charges because basically Printful will do the fulfillment and shipping of the other items. They actually get cheaper shipping than I do. So it's actually great that in the end it should mean lower shipping costs. I've ordered a couple of samples. I'm excited to see them. But the first few shirts are, one is the middle-aged logo. There's the text logo, kind of the medallion version of the logo. There's the white version, which you see on most of the books. And then there was this one, which kind of combines Quimp's old crest with the logo. And so there's a version of that a white version of that on a bunch of different dark shirts. Then there's the fancier Quimp crest logo, which is kind of that one that's on his tabard there, but more of an engraved look. The kind of look I wish it had had for all 5 years. And then there is the My Prancing Pony Alcohol is Magic design. That's also there. And there will be more coming. Like I've promised the I'm Seething with Joy design. And I think this will be one as well, unless Wizards of the Coast stops me. That's not circular. It was circulish, but not circular. So, new episode of The Middle Age was just posted yesterday. The reaction has been lovely. Thank you to everyone who commented or I don't know. The reactions were nice, especially given that it wasn't a particularly funny one. It was nice to see the comments on WEBTOONs. I haven't checked Tapas yet. Printful makes good quality prints. That's great. I wondered about that. They also make patches, but they seem very expensive. I guess they're for a one-off embroidered patch. $10 isn't that bad, or whatever it was, $9. Hey, NPC. Nice to see you. You're over there on the YouTubes. LJ says the missionaries around here would love it if I answered the door with an Alcohol is Magic t-shirt. There aren't a lot of pop culture references in the Middle Age. I mean, there's the occasional reference to, of course, Lord of the Rings, and there's like a one-off joke reference to the Court Jester film that has Danny Kaye in it. But it's not really like, I never make pop culture the point of a joke. It's more like it's just an Easter egg in there. The only time I can think it actually worked into the story, sort of, kind of, is when Quimp is saying, hey, if Waddlebottom can fly me out of the town, why doesn't he fly me all the way to Draconia? Which is kind of a nod, which is kind of the question people ask about Lord of the Rings. You know, why can't the Eagles just take them where they need to go? So I just had to nip that in the bud, kind of say, okay, why can't they just be flown there? It's like, oh, you know, in the air full of all these dragons? Like, okay, so that's a terrible idea. So that's a nod to Lord of the Rings, kind of, sort of, but it's also answering a plot question. So even if you're unfamiliar with the Lord of the Rings, this will hopefully address that. And then there was a, what is it with you people in trilogies? There's kind of a nod to Lewis Carroll and the Jabberwocky. But that's not really pop culture. I think at some point it's so evergreen that it becomes immune to that sort of thing. Just working on a bit of fan art, kind of maybe an illustration that might become a T-shirt. MPC, how's by you? You working on your call to action? For folks who don't know, the call to action is a contest that WEBTOONs is running, and a lot of web cartoonists are taking part. There's a big cash prize, and talk of turning it into an animated, making an animated featurette of it, or maybe even making it a series. So a lot of people are excited. Justifiably so. There's a lot of promise when it comes to social media and all these platforms. Oh, you could become successful. But it's a vague promise. The thing about this call to action is it's a much more definite vague promise. It's a very it's not, you don't do it and hope to be discovered. It's much more of a somebody will win, whereas in the other situation there's no guarantee anyone will win. Oh, good, Tracy. That's great. So Tracy and MPC are working on their call to action, or are both working on a call to action. But I'm very happy with how Printful seems to be working. I really like how they integrated into my website very easily. I'm excited to see what the quality of their shirts are like. I don't like that. We'll clear that out. Start over. The sketch was better than the inks. Monsters Inc. In this case, is more of a beholder from D&D. I'm looking up that shirt. T-Turtle, another company I'm unfamiliar with. Nice. It's weird working with this brush stabilization on. I know it's creating a smoother line, a much more graphic line, but it's just weird that the pen's not following my hand as much. Very interesting. But I think it's going to create the desired effect. So again, 279 was released yesterday, episode 279, with 280 scheduled for Thursday. So I've got a lot of work to do. I'm hoping to get back on a twice-a-week schedule. I know that there are a few things coming up which could impact that, like the conventions. In 2019, I had a new episode twice a week for most of the year, up until like the Baltimore Comic Con. But even when I was when I would do conventions like Heroes Con, It's Sunday night. We're sitting at the bar. Everyone's relaxing. We're having dinner, and I was just working on the next episode. Just was always trying to beat the deadlines and stay on schedule. It just became impossible at a certain point. I thought for sure 2020 would help me get back onto it, but it was at that point it became more of a, can I keep the freelance career going? Can I stay alive during that? Not literally. I meant, financially stay alive. Not. I was a neurotic, but not in any risk. Certainly not in any kind of essential position. High school, funnily enough, I was voted least essential. Okay. I like the big eye. I just need to get this little eye to work. Forget it. We're turning off the guidance computer. Only because this thing's no bigger than a womp rat. I think the problem is it's sitting on the eye like a baseball cap. That's my problem. I think the original drawing is a little off. That's what's among my many problems. That's one of them. Might bring this eye, have it stare at the larger eye. Screw it, let's go more of a profile. Have it match the shape of the main eye. Better. We'll use that. And we're back. I don't understand a word of that, David. It's very funny. Zan says Sunday nights were the best after the last vehicles were on the floor for breakdown. With the last vehicles were on the floor for breakdown. Yeah. I don't envy any of the cleanup crew at any of those conventions. Just because of the mess I make, mostly. The music, weirdly slow. Yeah, that's absolutely right. These are weird random tracks, sort of from Kevin MacLeod. Trying out a new playlist. Mostly it's just a 2-hour playlist, so there's a lot of tracks here. I didn't get a chance to listen to all of them through before adding them to the list. I mostly wanted to get them on the list and then get all the credits, so I could do right by MacLeod with all the by satisfying their conditions. But there's a lot of tracks. So the conventions I'm doing this year, I'm going to do Free Comic Book Day in Reisterstown, Maryland, at a shop that I know David knows, and I think Zan knows. And then Heroes Con in June. And then nothing until September, where I'm doing the Palm Coast Convention, PalmCon, and then the Savannah Comic Con. And then Baltimore. And I think that's it for the year right now. And that seems like plenty. Yeah, I don't like that stock either. It's very straightforward. Stabilization back on for these. How we doing? Yeah, Mark Nathan's shop for sure. It's called Cards, Comics, and Collectibles. It's in Reisterstown, Maryland. Yeah, so that I've been doing Free Comic Book Day there for about 10 years, maybe more. So it's my regular Free Comic Book Day haunt. My favorite Free Comic Book Day event so far, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. It's Free Comic Book Day was on May the 4th. So big day for all the Star Trek. I just did it, Star Trek. I did wear my Star Trek shirt for May the 4th. And then they use at the time I think they had an Apple TV. And I was on their Wi-Fi network, and so I took over their TV and started playing the Star Wars Holiday Special, which a lot of people hadn't seen for good reason. So that was fun. And also a good argument for why you should password protect your Apple TV, or just to let people on your network. So I was playing it was funny was everybody was stopping to watch it because it was so hypnotizing. David, I'll have 2 sandwiches, 1 for you, and well, 2 for you, and I'll have a second cup of coffee for me. Yeah, Mark and Shelley. Mark runs the Baltimore Comic Con in addition to having a wonderful comic shop. And his wife Shelley is fantastic. They are lovely people. doing? Writer, anyone working on art digitally? Steve often. Steve often. My art program crashed and I was nearly finished with my panel. Oh no. It's a the second time you get to draw, it's always better. Always, not always, mostly. Certainly faster. I find the second time I lose work all the time, or I start things over again. I'll say, like, second chances are too rare and wonderful, so enjoy them when you get them. You have no choice. The computer's giving you no choice but to do a better job. I've had to justify a lot of crashes and lost work in my time. That's cool. It's great. I don't mind losing hours and hours of work. How you doing? What was I thinking? That's a terrible idea. That's still off. So my cats are asleep right now, thankfully. Not harassing me. I will take that as a win. I love them, but they're not fans of me getting anything done. This is very ridiculous. Thank you all for being here. Exchanged a couple of notes with the mini manufacturer today. So fingers crossed. I haven't seen a quote yet, but I'm optimistic. I had figured out the price point I need from them to make a Kickstarter work. So, like, how much per unit, including the molding and all that stuff they need to do. They need to, they need to make a master file. They're also, I've gotten a lot of great advice in terms of how to scale them down, because people apparently really want them to be the exact 28 or 30 or 32 millimeters tall. 28 is like for people who are, hardcore gamers. They want things to be exactly that size. 30, they'll let slide. I think Wizards of the Coast does 30. And 32 is kind of a heroic size. So I'm like, that's where we should be at. I mean, I hate to shrink them down at all. But I'm also talking with them about making them at larger sizes. So maybe maybe a larger model, maybe a larger print, and maybe even just at this kind of more 40mm heroic size, super heroic size. But in the game, if you put this down next to another character, he'd be 10 feet tall. So, unless I change the story. Life size. Well, if we start 3D printing it now, it should be ready by Baltimore 2025. I know someone with a filament printer who decided to go with a lower resolution, and they think they finished the figure after about 12 hours. And it was a much taller figure. It might have been like a 3 or 4 inch tall figure. The tricky bit with these minis is that often assembly is required, and that's the part where I think, you know, A, they're not toys because they're basically designed to be choking hazards. But then things like the hands might be separate because of just how plastic needs to get molded, that you need to be able to pull the two clamshell pieces apart. And so anything as intricate as one of these figures, you just can't have plastic poured into this shape and come out of a single mold. So they'll have to do things like have the sword be separate. Maybe the arrows that are sticking out of our hero, those might be separate. The other idea would be to eliminate the arrows altogether and just have Quimp without all the weapons sticking out of him as the minifigure, and save the arrows, the battle-damaged Quimp, for the larger figure. I need to make a super rare one that has like a rocket pack and shoots a rocket, but then we'll get rid of that because of the threat to children's eyes, and then sell that for millions of dollars later, a la Boba Fett. I remember that was at the Baltimore Comic-Con a few years ago. They just had here's one of the original Boba Fett with eye-poking action, and come marvel at the thing inside a lucite box. I think the goal with this illustration is to make it available on Threadless, and maybe upload the comic itself, the cartoon illustration with the caption, to Reddit and see if anybody likes the dang thing. Yeah, LJ, it's very similar. All this kind of the molding. Oh wait, a little nonsense now, and then is relished by the wisest man. What will be the caption? I think it's going to say, "I just want to be held." No, I don't think. I don't think about the. I'm not sure about having the I as the EYE, but I might treat it as a word balloon. And that way, in the design, it might be smaller on the shirt. I might also smooth out the shape a bit more, maybe make the eye bigger. Because I think the larger the eye is, the more sympathetic the figure will be. So I'm going to try that. I also might defang it. Or it just needs a heavier shadow under the eye. Okay, where were we? So I have the... Let's see, can I move all these together? I can merge them together. I feel good about them. Hold on, inks. We'll move our pencils. We'll move that layer. I'm not sure what that... I think that's the original sketch. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, I can make it sadder, for sure. Oh, I can make it sadder. That's the Steve Conley guarantee. And now I'm hearing no music. So quiet. me try that. Make that a little thinner. So again, if you're into that sort of thing, tomorrow night I will be co-hosting the Pencil to Pencil podcast with Jamar Nicholas and Mike Manley over at Pencil to Pencil at the Pencil to Pencil channel on YouTube. They don't have a Twitch account. They have a Facebook page as well, so I think it streams to Facebook and to and to YouTube. So if you want to check it out, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock East Coast time. Does the shop have international? It does. It does have international shipping. I think it's awful. Hey, thanks, DG. Yeah, I'll also post a link into Discord, and I'll probably do a Patreon update as well. I don't know if it'll be. I hope it'll be a good conversation. Mike and Jamar are great. I don't know what we'll be talking about. I might be talking about me, because I'm being new to the thing, and you're probably sick of me by now. So, but Mike has been working in mainstream comic books like Marvel and DC comics for ages. He famously co-created Darkhawk, the Marvel character, and he draws 2 daily comic strips for newspapers, Judge Parker and the Phantom. So he's been doing comics for a while, and he knows his stuff. And Jamar, he popped in the chat the other day. He created Leon the Extraordinary, which is coming out from Scholastic Graphics. So 2 very awesome people. I'm excited to talk with them. I always like talking with them. So yeah, James. So it does have international shipping. I'm afraid it's just very expensive. You know, I just can't get around it. I use a third-party shipping provider, so that helps cut down the cost a little bit, but it's still, depending on what you order, it just ends up being pricey. But I do have a lot of international readers, and I want to be able to support them. I just always find myself apologizing because of the cost. Especially when it comes to the... I think that's the main reason why those little minifigures I'm looking at, I don't want them to be metal. Just so to keep the weight down so I can ship them more affordably to people. I love little metal figures, the kind of pewter. Those are the kind of figures I grew up with. But they just weigh a ton. 8 to 10 p.m. EST, yes. That's my understanding of what the last I heard, that was the time it will run. If it's 9 to 11, I'm sorry. But I'll double check, and I will post the times on the Discord channel and on Patreon. This is so suspenseful, this music. Oh, that's great, Jane. And anyone who orders, anybody on this who joins me regularly in Twitch, look for something extra in the package if you order anything. I can't not send you guys extra stuff. You know, lead bricks, heavy stuff, very, very heavy things. Potting soil. Anything that really gets the shipping costs up and increases any kind of tariffs on the other end. I mean, it's coming from Florida, so of course there will be some weapons and narcotics in it. I mean, people insult Florida a lot. You know, it's so easy. You know, it's just I was gonna do a riff on a Fry and Laurie joke, which is oh, it's so easy to make fun of Florida. It's just so easy. It's so absolutely easy. It's just, I mean, it's really very easy. It's almost, it's too easy. It's just, they make it so easy. Florida man. Only says, no, that is not intended, Tracy. That's a glitch. That's what we call a glitch. I'm gonna look into that. Portfolio schmortfolio. Yeah, I think I know which plugin did that. This is why we can't have nice things. My portfolio should just say, nothing to see here, move along. Man, I don't like that one. Like, I had a lot of practice drawing eyeballs, and that one really just landed flat. Not a fan. Let's see if I can fix it. Thing is, I really like the emotion on that eye, so I want to keep it as much as I can. I gotta get a more comfortable seat in my chair to draw that arm. Yeah, that's the Blake 7 music we heard earlier. Big fan of that. So for those who don't know what Blake 7 is, you are leading a charmed life. It was what passed for science fiction when I was on television when I was a kid. Imagine imagine old Doctor Who, but with worse production values. the best thing about the show was it had a real, there was a real villain. It was a crew of a ship. The idea was it's really interesting in that the show was kind of informed by, it feels like it was informed by a lot of the stuff that would inform 2000 AD. Very dystopian. It's a very dystopian future. It's a sci-fi story, but these characters, the main characters, are basically pirates who steal a ship, rebels. And one of the characters is very much, you don't know whether they're good or bad. They're kind of a jerk to everybody. Avon is the character's name. A really interesting character. It's hard to think of a character who is so kind of awful, but a protagonist. You know, not talking, you know, especially in science fiction, especially in genre stuff. Really interesting show. But the effects are modest. But I think I remember rewatching it a few years ago, probably during the lockdown or the stay at home. We never had a lockdown, again, I want to be clear. And during the stay at home, or the mild suggestion, maybe we don't all die. How about that? During that period of maybe we don't all die, I watched it, and what was really interesting is the characters so smug. It really feels like, and so full of themselves. They feel like a lot of NPCs in a Dungeons and Dragons game. The characters very much like holding all the. For some reason, they think they hold all the cards, but they don't. It's a really weird character. Look at that. Look at that. I don't hate that. I want to thicken up some of these lines, add a little bit of texture, and we'll add some color. How are we doing on opacity? Good, good, good. What I did watch last night was the first episode of Thundar the Barbarian, which was a animated series from the 80s. Created with the idea that there were, hey, thanks, Tracy. Thundar came out in like 1980, and it's great. Watch the opening credits on YouTube, because it just says the year is 1994, and it it basically doesn't really hold up at all. It's meant to take place 2,000 years later, and mostly everything's still standing. You know, the buildings are all crumbling, but they're still, like, there's a broken down car on the side of the road. It looks like 5 years in the future. It doesn't look 2,000 years in the future. But I think it was made by people who did not think this would ever be seen in the future, that anyone would even care about it. You know, it feels like it was a paycheck, and they were happy to do it, and they were proud of their work. And Jack Kirby was a character designer on the show. Some of the characters, you look at them and go, oh wow, that's clearly Jack Kirby. But the opening credits are fantastic. I'm shaving that down a bit there. That song sounds like the... Hey, Faps man. Somebody recently joked that someone went to the 22nd century and it's the same as now. That makes sense. Can we get a meme channel in Discord? Found one I thought suitable to share with the community. Yes, we can. I will do that for sure. They had funny ideas of the future back in the day. My old high school had kept some textbooks from back in the 50s for laughs, and it was hilarious what they were thought was the future was going to be like. Flying cars, able to regrow limbs. Yep, it is a optometrist nightmare for sure. A lot of eye drops go into this. So, I think it's coming along pretty well. I'm thickening up some lines. Is it Wednesday where you're at, James? I was going to say one of that previous music track sounded like a national anthem for a proposed country that never came together. $4.20, is it? Interesting. Yeah, I hear you, Tracy. The main takeaway, I think, from Idiocracy is that Maya Rudolph is a national treasure. That's my main takeaway. And if you're new to this channel, please hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, or the subscribe button if you're on the YouTubes. That way you can be notified the next time I go live. And I'm drawing something silly, like my webcomic, or like a sad beholder. And again, my comic, The Middle Age, is available to read on WEBTOONs, Tapas, GoComics, and my own website at middleagecomic.com. It's totally free to read online, as it should be. Oh, I think... No, that's fine. How we doing? So again, I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 8 p.m. approximately, East Coast time. So if you want to catch me, those are the times to do it. I'm not a Twitch affiliate anymore for reasons, but I will be again soon, I hope. And when that happens, it will affect how I also stream to YouTube. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. Let's see if I can make this word balloon look good. I will do the lettering on the desktop computer. Oh. What is the Gatorade-like drink in Idiocracy called? Doesn't have like a... Brondo, that's right. I knew it had like a one-word dumb name. doing? Uh, yeah, I seem to remember last time I watched it, there was some very cringy bits. So the language is very aged poorly. I think that's the reason why it doesn't get more attention nowadays. I think people think, oh, it's just it's just as relevant as ever, but because I don't know. I think they took linguistic shortcuts for easy laughs at the time, and that put them in a box. Unfortunately. I think it's the Thanos chin. I think that's how you just know. Bit of a creep. I got you this knife. I think that's Thanos' pickup line, I believe. Okay. All right. Let's add some color to this. Let's see if I can not ruin it. I know what you're thinking. Of course you can. You can do anything you set your mind to. What color is a beholder? Green? Is that too obvious? Let's say green. No. Green. Yeah. If I make it shades of red, it'll start looking like a meatball. I don't want that. How are we going to do this? We'll do the stalks separately. Some of the stalks overlap each other. But we're going to do this super simple. We're not going to go all nuts on the color. We're going to go... It's going to be super simple. Simple, he says. Blue? Bluish gray? Oh, I like that. Ooh. We'll play it by ear. Because my shadows will be blue. Because I love blue shadows. As I've established repeatedly on this channel. To the point of bothering everybody. I was coloring underneath my blue layer, and so everything was blue, and it didn't mean to be. I love blue shadows. I love them. I love them so much. I got to do a comic project recently, and very simple color. I'm going to be employing a lot of the same techniques here. It doesn't look like simple color, but it's mostly because all the highlights were kind of this golden color, and all the shadows were blue, and suddenly it just feels more real. But compared to the kind of coloring I do in the Middle Age, it took a fraction of the time. So I seal an area up, and then I can drag the color in from the corner, and that'll fill in everything. And then what happens is when you draw a box in Procreate, you let go, and then you'll see a slider at the top of the screen, and that slider determines how much it respects basically the threshold of the color of the container's color. And that's why if I drag it all the way to the right, it will ignore everything and kind of fill the whole page. So if you have certain things you don't want to you want it to respect the color upon which it's being placed. In this case, I know that this color green is the only thing on that layer, so I basically want it to fill in all the bits, so that, let me zoom in here. Every line, even though this is a hard line, it's got soft pixely edges, especially given this is a high resolution file. So when let me turn that off, undo the thing I just did. When I drag this in, it fills in the space completely because the threshold's nice and high. If the threshold were any lesser, you start to see where it's not filling in. And that's why I have to turn the threshold way up. to avoid that kind of pixelization, that kind of haloing. And it's also why when I'm done flatting this, I'm going to duplicate this layer, because for all I know, there are stray pixels and little spots where I've connected lines and they're not quite completely opaque. And so I'll duplicate that and flatten it together, and that should double up the opacity in those spots as just another hopeful bit of security against the idea of leaving gaps. And there's definitely some gaps in the black. I can see one right there, but I don't want to overthink this. He says overthinking it. But I'm so glad I'm on Twitch. I'm so glad I'm on the YouTubes as well. No offense, YouTube's folks. Getting Monster Rancher vibes. I'm not Monster Rancher? I don't know what that is. Yeah, if I start intruding on the color palettes of another creature, I mean, I know it's already a bit like Mikey from Monsters Inc. So if I'm getting a little too close to that, I'm thinking in the end I want these colors to be, I don't know, I might even try the dark red, like it's demony. Or abyssal in some way. I don't know. The original Beholder I was familiar with kind of looks like a meatball with very thin pipe cleaner tendrils with meatballs at the end of each one of those. It's very ridiculous looking. The original Beholder. I want to say that's a Errol Otis drawing as well. I want to say that cartoon, the artist who I've mentioned repeatedly, who I think is a wonderful, amazing color work. He's someone I would definitely want to commission at some point. I think he drew the first Beholder. I just saw an interview with him the other day. What I love is he was absolutely a gamer, and he still is. He'll still dungeon master games. He loves RPGs. Yeah, he got to have a career doing what he loves. And such a unique voice. His work is really trippy. Errol Otis is the person's name. Definitely check it out. Hey, Max. Siobhan. That's MPC, who you saw a bit of, if you were here at the intermission, some of Siobhan's work is in the art gallery that we played during the break. Monster Rancher is a character. And James is going to post it on the Discord. And there is a Discord if people want to check out and have this chat when we're not all streaming. Now, if I were color flattening this on my desktop computer, I'd be done by now, and I would have already copied it over to my computer. But what's the fun in that? I can't yet stream my desktop on from my computer. I mean, I can, but it's clunky as heck. I have the stream elements thing filling up most of my computer screen. The whole thing would be weird if I started trying to stream from the desktop. So baby steps. And this way I got to talk about the threshold issue with Procreate, so it all worked out. I also make a point of filling in corners, sharp corners like that, because that is also a place where just trying to fill in something with a paint bucket style tool can run into problems, because it's going to try to fit into that corner, but the pixels start to close in because it's basically, you know, when you zoom in, it's Minecraft. And so occasionally, or Legos, and occasionally it will seal something out. Like, I just filled in one, what I was talking about. See that little opening gap there? So little things like that, they will sneak into the piece if I don't keep an eye out. Oh my goodness. Are there any monsters you want to include in the story going forward? Store-bought guacamole. That's so true. Any monsters I want to include in the story going forward? Lots of dragons. But yes, there's tons of... For the story after this, orcs feature heavily in the story. And other sword-wielding people? We keep it vague. People similar to Kevin the Illegible and our hero Sir Quimp and his sword. Future stories about other sword wielders out there. But orcs definitely. I think I know how the next storyline starts off, and I'm very, very happy with it. Again, if the story is about... A large part of what I'm doing with the Middle Age is trying to turn tropes on their heads. I'm very excited with how that opens. But I'm trying not to get too excited when I have this whole... I have to think about the plane I'm trying to land now and not the next one I get to fly. But I did a lot of writing. Again, I'm rewriting and rewriting and rewriting. You can see because I was redrawing the comic strip. The latest episode, 279, definitely took a circuitous route to where it ended up. In that, you know, I had a different... The whole bottom panel was a different conversation. Because I kind of got ahead of myself. I kind of started including... I wanted to jump to these other bits, and I'm like, I have to pave the way there first, and I have to let these moments breathe. As much as I want to rush to the end, I kind of have to let the story play out at the pace that it needs to. And also, if I get a chance to tell a joke or two, because I mean, the big worry is that once you get into a huge exposition section, or the big reveal, or moments where you have to kind of explain why things are the way they are. Like, I think there was a comment from WEBTOONs. Someone was saying... Was it WEBTOONs? It might have been I think it was WEBTOONs, where they're talking about how there were questions about chicken and egg problems with the story. They weren't specific, but they just used that phrase, and that's exactly the sort of thing I need to cover my bases with. It's sort of like... It's, again, similar to Bob, the character Bob, who shows up at one point after a key moment. There's a key moment in the story. I won't go into spoilers if you haven't read it, but our hero there's basically a change in the direction of the story in a way. One section kind of comes to a close, and the hero has to reevaluate where they're going from that point forward. And part of what I knew, not at the beginning, but along the way, I came to understand that Bob was going to play a part in that. And so I had Bob initially follow our hero just to kind of hint at the relationship of who Bob is connected with. And then it became oh no, Bob's going to play a key part. He's going to do this. He's going to help do the reset. And so, Bob has to follow him and follow him and follow him. And so suddenly in the backgrounds of all these episodes that have nothing to do with Bob and nothing to do with anything, I had to keep Bob tagging along. And so in the background, hundreds of episodes, not in 100 episodes, but throughout 150 episodes, he's there. Oh, and then he's there. And then he's there. I think 12 appearances in total, he's in the background. And every once in a while, someone on WEBTOONs or GoComics or my own site would go, wait, whoa, what's that there? Or is that Bob? I don't think they're incredible. There's a few scenes where Bob is very well lit. So it's clearly the same Bob character we see at the beginning of the story, but it kind of looks like Bob evaporates when we first meet him. So I can understand the question of, is that Bob? Is it a similar creature to Bob? Is it a different creature altogether? Because again, my art style was changing over the time I was working on it. So, who knows if I was drawing Bob correctly? But so much had to be done. And so much groundwork had to be laid so that it would be... so that when Bob finally shows up and helps reset the story and push us in another direction, I heard from people, oh yeah, that's convenient. Out of nowhere, this guy just shows up. I'm like, no. I paid for this. I've been making deposits on this. All right, let's do some pupils. Some irises. I'm just going to make these the same color to start. And I still have to double the layers up. So if I don't do that, someone yell at me. It's going to turn out to be a fairly easy thing to color, given that there's not a lot of different shapes. I have to do the eyeballs, the whites of the eyes, the teeth, and the word balloon. And I think that's it. And then I'm going to go through and add the shading. I think I have to add more than just the blue shading, although that's the sound of me making this more complicated than it needs to. I'll try not to. Because it's a silly joke. It doesn't need to be more complicated. So, it's like if this were a stick figure, I think part of it is like, what's the bare amount I need to do to make the joke work? I think that's probably the best formulation. Where are we? But I think right about now is a good time for Twitch to raid me with around 400. It'd be selfish to want 465 people to raid this channel. So how about just 400? And even 400, because I don't want to be greedy. This is ridiculous. I'm so glad you're all here for this. So I'll have to do those, given the time. Oh my gosh. Given the time, I'm going to have to do some of the other fan art pieces later. Okay, those are... Let's do some eyeballs. The whites of the eyes. I'm going to make them slightly off-white so I can see it. so I can see what I'm doing. And I'm going to make the background color a darker color. This will help me make sure that I'm filling the shapes in. Will it? It might. And the creature's teeth will be kind of a yellowish color. Just, it seems like the right choice. And because it's a wooby kind of character, I could make the eyes, the irises various colors, like a rainbow. That might be fun. Definitely helps that dark background is definitely helping me in some places here. I'm going to have to check it out without the dark background. Okay. But again, my name is Steve. Check out my webcomics at WEBTOONs, Tapas, and GoComics. It's called The Middle Age. It's a silly fantasy story, sort of The Princess Bride by way of Monty Python. It is the story of a knight who is in love with a dragon and has a magic sword which hates him. I think that line, I can clean up that line a little bit. Oops, the line a little thinner. Select that eyeball color again. And I don't want to keep everybody all night, but I'm going to keep working on this until it's done. People have to want to check out other streams or do other stuff, I totally understand, but I really appreciate you being here, keeping me going. I hope you're all getting work done of your own. If someone has subscribed or followed the channel, subscribed on YouTube or followed on Twitch, I apologize if the automation system is not working or the little on-screen graphics. Usually they would have rung by now and given me a heart attack. But I'm glad I've been everything is very much darker on my iPad screen, so I'm glad it seems to be much brighter and clearer to see on the stream. So I was worried for a moment there that nobody could see what I was doing. Okay, one more. I will say I do like the darker color and how those things are popping out of the background. So if I can, as a shirt design goes, I like the idea of making the creature much darker, and so everything pops off the background. Okay, let's do some teeth. I'm going to duplicate these layers as a reminder to myself. Well, do it now before I forget. And now let's do teeth. I'll take that color, but make it a little yellow. A little, kind of a golden yellow, not a green yellow. There's enough green. Whoa, I'm going to need that dark background again. Maybe not so dark. That's ridiculous. And rename the balloon. For the time being, I'm going to make the fill of the balloon green as well. Redamdiculous. I'm going to duplicate those for the same reasons I was duplicating the others, just to fill in any little pixel gaps. Having that duplicate, duplicate it again. The only danger with multiple duplications is that if there's a few little pixels that are just sticking out outside the shape, they can halo outside your line work. So that's the only risk. It's very minor, but if you're a wee bit uptight like I am, it could be an issue. I'm going to make him purple, dark purple. I think that's going to complement the green. I don't want it to be a Hulk purple-green situation, but I'm going to start there and see what I think. I basically duplicated the color here, and I've got... Oh, okay. I've duplicated the layer, and so I can adjust its opacity with screen to see if I get to the weight that I like. I'm going to try another thing here. I'm going to make the background pure black as if it were a shirt. Oh, this is very adventurous music. I like it. I'm going to check one thing momentarily. I'm just going to look at to see if I log into Streamlabs. Streamlabs controls my some of the overlays, including the thing when people subscribe or follow. And I want to make sure that that's actually active. Like if anybody followed today, that I didn't miss it. Oh, well, Lustrador just followed 2 minutes ago, and I missed it entirely. Or Willustrator. You could always try green skin with purple irises. That's true. Willustrator, I'm sorry I missed you. You're over on the Twitch. That's so funny. I just checked. Let's see if I can get this to work again. Nope. Streamlab events. Let me refresh that. I wonder if I have to refresh that every time I load this thing, or just test it before we go live. That's what I need to do. Thank you, Illustrator, and I'm sorry we just terrified everyone with that sound effect. It's meant to be loud so I don't miss it, and that's very nice. Okay, so I'm going to put some shadows in here. And the nice thing about working in this simple style is I can switch out the colors pretty easily. So I'm going to hit the select key, and that's where people were talking about, is anyone else seeing diagonal lines? Those diagonal lines mean that that section of the illustration is not selected, whereas the body of the beast is. And I don't mean to call it a beast. I'm sorry. In D&D terms, I believe it's an abomination. Okay, our light source is, well, we've established it with all the eye glints. So I'm drawing with the blue on the wrong layer. That's what I checked. I'm going to set it to multiply, and I'm adjusting the opacity. So my brush is 100%, but we're going to be on a lighter layer. So it should. And again, the nice thing about this is that this color is on a separate layer. The shadow is on a separate layer, so it should make it easier for me to, no, not it should. It will make it incredibly easy for me to swap out different colors and see how it looks. Or to make a million NFTs. Art. You know what? Oh my goodness. How did that? There was a gap in the. A gap in the shape, and so it spread out past the edges. So I'm going to use this kind of simple brush style to create the shadows. That way it's not a perfectly flat thing, but it's just a little different, adds a little bit of variety. I usually do flats to be able to do that, but having the colors on their own layer. Yeah, I love that. I mean, all my flats are on separate layers. I mean, I start by flatting the thing flat, like as a single layer. I mean, flat. I should have said like a million times. And then, but having them on their own layers just make them so much easier to work with, especially in Procreate. And what I like about using the blue color for the shadows is not only is it blue a better shadow color, but it lets me go through the entire thing with a single pass, with a single color, with a single weight. It's all 100% of this blue, just the layer opacity is adjusted down. It lets me add all this nice depth without any of the millions of glazes that I usually do with a page. It's just a very simple way to color, and I like the effect a lot. And I think part of it too is that I can do like behind the creature here, there's going to be like a hard shadow. And I'm not sure what's casting that. I can also have this eye that's up here on this stalk. casting a shadow, and it's like, does that make sense? I don't know, but it looks okay. You know what I mean? It's just you start putting these things around the shape, and it starts, I don't know, your brain starts putting it together in a weird way. And when I use a black shadow, it doesn't hold up as well. Depth without all the work. Exactly right. Oh yeah, James, exactly. When a client says, I had a I was doing map work. Oh, I see I colored outside the lines there. Let me fix that while I think of it. I'm going to fix that on the green as well. Oops. Had the wrong layer selected. Selecting that. Basically, again, having that layer selected, or using that layer as a selection, allows me to make sure I color in the lines. But I had a client who did all this work for, and the colors had to change. It just was part of the project, was that it was absolutely required that the colors had to change. And that was kind of on me. They had provided some guides, but I thought they were more representational. I didn't know the colors represented something very specific. And so it was on me, so I definitely had to change it. But this sort of thing made it a lot easier. The idea that you can just select it and it's 3 clicks. If I want to change the color of this creature now, I'll unselect it for a moment. I lock the alpha lock in. That basically is like saying, okay, what's opaque will remain opaque. What's transparent will remain transparent. Anything in between will maintain that value. So something that's 50% opaque will remain 50%. Basically locking, that is an alpha lock. So I can take this purple and just fill. And it doesn't go outside the lines. It stays where it is. That music, that's the 2-hour mark that says, like, either it's time for me to take a break or we're being attacked by Planet of the Apes. I think I need to let this music cool down a bit. This is some significant music. Am I doing clipping masks? Kind of, sort of. Procreate has their own variation of that. It's impossible to tell with that tiny thumbnail there, but there is a checkerboard there underneath the shape of the creature, filling out the rectangle. And that is an alpha lock. That is a clipping mask of sorts. I think I made these sort of tiger teeth brush shapes a bit too fancy compared to the others, so I'm going to try to simplify them a little bit and give us more volume. Try to have the brushwork follow the shape of the thing. This is absolutely the music used in combat during Critical Role, at least their early seasons. Work on the big ol' eyeball. It's ridiculous. I really should use this to take a break, because this is kind of epic music that I'd like to see accompany the art gallery show. But what's interesting, the music from this is shading eyeballs. Dun 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 dun. Shading eyeballs. It's true. I'm going to just rough in approximately where I think this shadow is going to go on the sphere. I don't hate that. The eyelids are also going to be casting shadows onto the eyes themselves, onto the eyelids themselves. This is your reminder that it's after 8 p.m. How did you change the color? But, I know my cat has been asking to be let out for a little while now. He doesn't actually want to go anywhere. He just wants the ability to go somewhere. He's just gonna... I'm gonna let him out of the bedroom, and he's gonna just stare at me like, why are you bothering me? I'm like, because you were clawing at the door. DEG knows all the things. My cat will be like, wait, let's have fun. Let's do something. I'm like, what do you want to do? He's like, nothing. Make a dark drop shadow onto that tendril. Exactly, James. My cat just wants to have the privilege to go wherever they choose to go. Who knows? The thing is, he's going to scratch at the door. I'm going to open the door, look down, and go, okay, you want to go out? And he goes, no, I'm good. I just want to let you know that I'm good. Wonder Let's try filling that in, see what happens. If I hate it or not. I don't hate it. Now the inside of the mouth has to get filled too. It's interesting. I didn't realize I was working on a layer underneath all the other things. Usually, when I've got all the colors flatted, I like to do this effect on top because I can shade all the layers at once. James says, "How did the D&D style tabletop game cover art turn out?" The line work is coming along well. I ended up, of course, starting to redraw all the tendrils, all the eye stalks. Then I started to color it, and I didn't hate it, but there's something about all that lush pen and ink work that coloring it in the style of the Middle Age, which is very over-rendered, that they started to clash. There's two different rendering styles happening at the same time. I think what it needs is either me to work from just the line work of the cartooning without the shading, without the various feathered ink work, and I do have that on a separate layer in one of the various early versions I saved, or using flat colors and probably a coloring style similar to this, and really let the line work do the work, which is probably what I should do. So I haven't revisited it because I was stuck redrawing the eye stalks. I could show everyone how that was coming along. We'll take a moment here. I don't hate that. So far, so good. I like this idea of bringing this bit of the eyelid down a little bit more. I don't want that bit there to be too hairy, kind of when the cross hatching gets a little too thin. Not cross hatching, but the hatching. All the various things. So I think everybody saw this version. This was the final pen and ink version, which I do think there'll be a use for it. Let me get Bob out of the way there. Actually, let me turn off the models for a moment. Where are we? Minis. All right. I was happy with this, by and large. The main issue I had were the various eye stalks coming out. I thought they could be better. They kind of have they're me showing my hand. They're basically saying it's silly, and so the faces are silly. And if this thing really needs to work the way I want it to work, it can't be silly. It has to be. Of course it's silly, but that's not the charge I gave myself on this project. This is to make it badass and awesome. It has to be as cool as that archer. You know what I mean? It's gotta be cool. And so the monsters can't be goofy. They have to be awful. And so that's where it went. Suddenly tongues came out and the teeth got sharper, and it's not like duck lips anymore. Now it's more like, salivating, slobbering, awfulness. And that's closer to where it needs to be, I think. Because again, the idea is this is meant to be, the first reaction is supposed to be awesome. It's supposed to trigger that whatever part of you likes Rush and whatever part of you likes, metal music. And you're supposed to go, dude, that's supposed to be that. And then you're supposed to process all those things, and then you see how dumb the thing is. So if you get hit with the dumb too soon, it loses its impact. So anyway, that's where my head was at with this. So I have to amp that up, and then is that a butt? That's how it has to be. That's how it has to be. I know it doesn't have to be like that. Why am I doing this to myself? And where's my eyeball? There it is. Why am I doing this to myself? Okay. I don't hate this. I think this is coming along rather nicely. And I'm not sure who's still with me here, but thank you for being here. See that little bit of shadow being cast there, as if the orb of the giant orb is casting that shadow. It's so simple and so effective, I think. Maybe not that one. I spoke too soon. Don't get with the dumb dudes. It really is the sense with this is that so many pieces, or I don't know. I think that I talked to some friends of mine about contributing illustrations to this project. Just simple, especially people I played the games D&D with back in the day. Like, okay, guys, you guys were all artists. You thought of yourselves as artists back in the day. Some of you are still artists. Let's get into that headspace again and do that kind of artwork you would do on ruled paper with Bic pens. You know, that kind of thing. And they're like, okay, so it'll be really silly. I'm like, no. Not silly. It can't be. I would argue that it's only funny. That the movie Airplane wouldn't have been made funnier if Leslie Nielsen, every time he said something stupid, stared at the camera and went, ah. That, you know, it's the idea that you have to take it seriously for it to be funny. Okay, Eric, maybe you've changed my mind. That would have worked. Well, when you do it, it works. But yeah, I think that there's a real knack to that, and I think that's why in that illustration, Quimp is there and Maledict is there, but I couldn't show Quimp because Quimp is too cartoony to be shown there. That's why you just see his hand coming up from under the rubble underneath the beast, so that you know, he's there, but his cartooniness isn't detracting from the effect. The epic stupidness of it all. I think I'm going to put him under this eyeball under more shadow. Really kind of tuck it underneath that jaw a bit more. It seemed like you're ready to do the director's commentary. See, I think that's one of the things there's the director's commentary of the film Best in Show, and it's Christopher Guest, I want to say Eugene Levy, and a few other people, and it was a Amblin Entertainment, and Amblin, I think it's Amblin, or is it Imagine? I forget which. The one that has the lighthouse at the beginning of its. No, that's Amblin is Spielberg, and I think it's Imagine, the Ron Howard company, I think, and it starts off with that CGI lighthouse and the word Imagine or something like that. And so, hey everybody, it's us. We're going to be talking about the making of this movie, and then that Imagine logo comes up because they're showing all the production logos and stuff like that. And that Amblin logo comes up, and I think Christopher Guest. I think it's him. I want to give credit to the right person. He says, yeah, we filmed that in Nova Scotia. Like, immediately, not joking about it, just like going right into being very serious. And it's one of my favorite things. It's just that kind of silly comment. Okay. This is coming along. Oh, hello. No. At least we're getting a guest appearance from one of them. What's doing, buddy? Coming up. Do not hit the... Occasionally he will jump up and he'll hit the lever that lowers my chair. And it's very silly. What are you doing, buddy? He wants attention. He's saying, "Cat Dad, why are you still drawing? Shouldn't you be paying attention to me?" Not like that. Okay, I'm gonna put another shadow in over here. Oh, heavens. There's a gap in there somewhere. I'm going to lower the intensity. Oops. So if I color that other D&D style piece with this kind of coloring technique, I think it'll hold up much better. So once I get the new eyes in place, I'll probably work on that on the stream. Sometimes I don't know if I should put this channel in the D&D category sometimes. I don't know if that will bring over different people. I see that a lot in comic book inking, those sharp points. It looks so cool. Oh, that's oh my goodness. Technically, you could be reported for wrong category, but I doubt anyone would care, though. That's so gotcha. So it's more they're more concerned about what the activity is, not that even if your stuff is relevant to that activity. I don't know. I've seen it. I don't know what I've heard it called tiger teeth as a texture. Just more of a simple brush shading. When you set your category, does it allow for subcategory selections on Twitch? Not that I saw, although that might change when I'm in Twitch proper and not trying to satisfy the requirements of YouTube in addition to Twitch. So for all I know, Restream is shoehorning me into too many because I'm trying to reach two different platforms. It's probably saying, okay, what's the shorthand for both? So presumably if I'm back to Twitch affiliate and just Twitch exclusive, then I might have more options. So I don't do this kind of it's not hatching again. This kind of, I don't know what this is. Simple brushwork. When I use the color, when I use the highlight I'm going to put in to probably be a sharper highlight into different shapes. That lid is really big. I'm going to go back to the inks for a moment. This shouldn't affect my color. but I'm going to adjust the opacity, adjust this lid a bit. And that called attention to a problem I have with this on this file too. It looks like I haven't filled in the whites of the eyes exactly, or the very, very, very light blues of the eyes. Right there. I'm going to get rid of that original green shape. I've made so many tweaks to the purple that I want to use the purple one as my new standard. It still says 3D modeling. Dag nabbit. This is why we can't have nice things. By switching the category to hot dub. I will. I wonder how I change that. Stream information. It says select the game. We're definitely doing World of Tanks. So, I'll fix it next time. Or at least, let me put the 3D models back on the screen, just to cover my butt. Whew! Dodged a bullet there. Thank you, people. I'm really glad they have that kind of requirement, because I always feel like I'm not jumping through enough hoops. Although this is my hoop jumping music. Got too feathery. Do a bit feathery. I mean, the brush strokes were very small and very close together, so they were gonna. I want them to be larger and more graphic, chunkier. Always chunkier. I want to raise this above. It's going to mess up the... Yeah, I thought it would put the teeth in shadow. This is what I should be doing. I should have all the shadows on top of everything else. It's the only exercise I get, Eric, is jumping through hoops. Say what? Those were too sharp. I'm gonna make them a little softer and rounder. Okay, so we're still on our shadow layer. Try putting some shadow on the eyes themselves. Is this still using the same color blue? Same opacity. Same layer even. So I can change the color of the whites of the eyes later if I wanted to. I'm going to go through and put a highlight on the eyes to make them like using a white brush. Just to, not only for the highlights of the irises to make the glints white. The eyeshadow makes them look a bit sinister on the big eye. Yeah, I can see that for sure. I think because it's dipping down like that, and that's kind of like, ooh, evil brow. So I'm going to try to soften it a bit, I think. I will put tears in this thing's eyes if I have to push it over the top to sympathy. Oh, good, good, good. All right, that is ridiculous, which is what we're aiming for. Now I'm going to try just like glints of the eyes. Actually, and they go above the inks. if I can, I want this glint. I mean, if I can get one to cross over the shadow, like basically the part, the wherever the shadow is, I'd love to have one of those glints just kind of intercepting or intersecting that. I think it I don't know, it flattens the shadow a bit. Oop, I see an extra bit of shadow I need to put in there. Right there. Okay, the pupils still need some work. Guys keep saying that. The irises. One giant tear. I can make the lip larger. I think it's alright. I think this is good. I think it's where I want it to be. I'm just going to make that glint rounder. Rounder, I say. And there is an extra bit of shadow floating there. I see it. Erase that. Okay, so the glint, so the irises need something, but let's put in that. So this is the highlight I'm talking about. I'm going to rename this the shadow. And what I love is this is all the shadows on one layer. So I can change the color of anything, and it could gradate if I want. So select pink with a big old watercolor brush. Ooh, let's use a splatter brush. Spray paints. Medium nozzle. And like the shadows, just they're there, so I can work on a different layer. Oh, good, Tracy. That's what we're looking for. But see how like having that as a separate layer gives you just all this flexibility to. So anyway, that's not our glints. Let's hold on to that thought for a moment. So we'll go to highlights. Grab it. And which is interesting is it's this color here. You pop that up. It's a very, I don't know, sandy color. So it's not a orange, it's not a yellow. It's kind of this middle tan khaki color. And I use that set to screen. Oh, good, Tracy. So let me turn off the pink glow. I do kind of like where it was. I'm like, happy accident. I'll take it. So I was just gonna drop this in. Let me think about this for a second. Do I want it to be feathered? Do I want to put the work in? Or do I want it to be simple? Gosh. Okay, let's try it first. A little feathering. So big old feather brush. It's on a separate layer. I can delete it at any time. It is set to screen. I might adjust the opacity. I'll definitely adjust the opacity. Those tiger teeth got way too wispy. I want them to be chunky. I'm about to hit the undo button a million times because I don't think I like that at all. I do not. Oof. I'm surprised my cat didn't leap up here and stab me to prevent me from doing that. That was awful. We shall never speak of that again. So everyone joining me for some 3D work. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so sorry it's not one 3D thing. There's not a single 3D thing that I'm working on today. Not sold on this just yet. Just the opacity. I'll try a couple other things. I'm going to select the purple. Big old brush. This is white ink or white color. I'm just going to drop that in. I'm going to set the irises to multiply, so the highlight I paint in here should be seen through. What's going on there? Oh, I set it to multiply. Got it. There too. If it's set to multiply, that means the white of the eyes isn't opaque. Dag nabbit. I can fix it. I'm gonna use the iris, not the pupil. Dag nabbit. I'm gonna use that and fill. That fixes it, but doesn't fix the problem with the areas I've just colored. I've got to deselect. I've got to delete those. Any place where that kind of weird shape took place, I got to get rid of. I think those three eyes. Clear. Oh yeah, Tracy. Yeah, I think we're on the same page with that. But I think this is coming along pretty nicely. I think I need to add a little bit of something to the irises. Like if I can make them prettier, then it'll help soften the figure, it'll soften the character. Like the prettier I can make them, even though they're like supposed to be a monster, I think it'll make it easier for people to go, oh. So selecting the iris. Let's start with the green color. And my brush 100% set to multiply. I think I made that a little sloppy, but I see a little bit of extra shadow there from before, I think. Gone. I'm not sure if I like that. Okay, let me fast forward to back to where we were. I'll keep it. I'm not going to get rid of it just yet. Let me adjust all of its opacity down so it's less in your face. Or less in his face or their face. With that selection still made, let me color dodge brown. A nice brown color. Big old brush. A hint of sunlight in there, a hint of glow of it's gonna make me want to put that on everything. I'm missing glint there. If someone mentioned that in the chat, I apologize. Probably a note up there. Hey, glint boy, you've missed one. Thank you, DEG. I think you've got a good point. My cats are like, what's going on? All right, you lovely people. We have a few folks here. Let's see if we can raid somebody. A wee raid. A wee tiny raid. The most adorable raid ever. YouTube folks, I will see you on Thursday, or we'll catch you tomorrow at Pencil to Pencil podcast, where I'll be co-hosting 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. East Coast time. So YouTube, we're signing off. Twitch folks, hang out a moment.